We have a substitute clerk today. Miss Fahey is a little bit under the weather, and I know I'm going to miss her and wish her well. Eva, can you hear us? Hi, Eva. Eva is the clerk and in IDEA, right? Thank you. Thank you for helping us today. Can you start YouTube for us?
It should be going.
Excuse me?
It is now going.
Okay, good. Thank you. And I don't want to forget to the end, because I did yesterday. Our policy analyst is Dan Tadikoff, and I'm sure he'll show his handsome face in a minute here. And so I have introduced myself, and I will then have you meet our House Chair, Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning. My name is Charlotte Warren, and I represent the towns of Manchester and West Gardner and the city of Hollowell.
Thank you. And Representative, okay, I will recognize Senator Seaway.
Good morning. I'm Senator Scott Searway, and I represent District 16, which covers Waterville, Winslow, Fairfield, Benton, Albion, and Clinton and Unity Township.
Thank you. And I'll start with Representative Morales.
Good morning. My name is Victoria Morales, and I represent House District 33 in South Portland.
Thank you. Representative Pickett.
Good morning, Madam Chair. My name is Dick Pickett. I represent House District 116 over here in the beautiful White Mountains of Maine on a bright sunshiny day. The towns of Mexico, Dixfield, Canton, Hartford, and Peru.
Thank you. And let's go with Representative Costain.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Dan Costain, District 100, which I represent Etna, Dixmont, Newport, Plymouth, and Corunna.
Thank you. Representative Reckitt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Lois Reckitt. I represent District 31, which is the ocean end of South Portland.
Thank you. And Representative, let's see, Representative Pluker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I represent House District 95, which is Warren, Hope, Appleton, and part of Union.
Thank you. Representative Lookner.
Good morning. I'm Grayson Lookner. I represent District 37 as part of Portland.
Thanks. Representative Newman.
Good morning. I'm Dan Newman, District 76, which is Belgrade, Rome, Mount Vernon, Vienna, Fayette, and Wayne.
Okay. And Representative Bernecki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I won't be making my statement that I've made previously because I certainly don't want to put you in a position to infringe on my freedom of speech again by muting me. I am Shelley Rudnicki. I represent House District 108, which is Fairfield, Mercer, and Smithfield.
Thank you, Representative Bernecki. There's nothing about freedom of speech. It was clearly defined of decorum and action and treatment of your colleagues. So that is not a violation of your freedom of speech, not when the committee that you are on in or in the State House are requirements and are the rules of conduct. So thank you. I have seen Jane Overton has joined us, but Dan will be taking the notes. We are having a public hearing and a work session. I think, Representative Warren, we may I may, no, they're all work sessions, not public hearings, correct?
We have 2 public hearings and 1 work session.
1348 is a work session. Oh, you're
Yes,
right.
yeah,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Okay, so we will, so I can't put 1348, which is a work session in between 2 public hearings. And that's what we had scheduled, right? So can we begin with the work session?
If that's your prerogative, we
Yes, I
could,
do. Let me ask the sponsor, Senator Searway. No? Well, we shall keep them for last then. We will begin with.
and just to be clear, we did put mine scheduled for an hour later so that Senator Searway could go before mine. You'll notice that we don't have them listed in a row. We put separate times so he could go
Yeah.
ahead of mine. So,
Okay,
so I'm happy to have him go ahead of mine. I'm going to be here anyway.
if I can find him.
Okay,
If not, we would have to go with, when did you intend for 1897?
I intended for that to go first as it's
Yeah, that's
listed
what
on the
we'll do.
website.
That's it, good. So Representative Lookno, we will go with your bill. Let me please tell the public again, the difference between public hearings and work sessions. This is a public hearing, this one. And you can watch it on YouTube. And we'll leave it at that. The public hearing, the sponsor will read the bill and make a comment. I will then recognize any legislator who wishes to speak on this particular bill, followed by I will ask you to raise your hands when it's time, the attendees, to testify in support of the bill. Then in opposition, and if anyone wishes to speak neither for nor against the bill. So having said that, I turn it over to let me just say the title: An Act to Prevent the Use of Prone or Supine Restraints, Chemical Sprays, and Electric Shock Devices on Juveniles held in the Department of Corrections facilities. Very specific, yes. So I turn it over to our Representative Lichtner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Morning, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, honorable colleagues on the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. My name is Grayson Lookner, and I represent House District 37, which includes part of Portland. I'm here today to present LD 1897, an act to prevent the use of prone and supine restraints, chemical sprays, and electroshock devices on juveniles held in Department of Corrections facilities. Over the course of 2 months, last August and September, there were, as you're all aware, a series of incidents in which the Department of Corrections staff and other members of law enforcement employed prone restraints, chemical sprays, and electroshock devices on youth held in the Long Creek Youth Development Center. This bill is an attempt to remedy the mistreatment of legal minors under the care and protection of the state of Maine. The law recognizes that persons under the age of 18 are different from adults, and for good reason. Youth are developing physiologically and have drastically different needs and capabilities than fully grown adults. A 2008 presentation titled "Children Are Not Little Adults," the World Health Organization states that, quote, "The developmental component of a child's physiology is changing, maturing, differentiating, and growing in phases known as developmental windows. These are critical windows of vulnerability, and they have no parallel in adult physiology and create unique risks for children," unquote. This is why the DOC maintains different facilities for youth and adults, and why prone restraints, chemical sprays, and electroshock devices should not be held on any youth or not be used on any youth held in the DOC's care. A prone restraint is a type of hold in which a person is placed face down in the prone position and is held there with pressure applied to the back, upper back, and sometimes neck of the individual being restrained. This type of restraint was made widely known in the murder of George Floyd by Derek Chauvin and can result in serious injury and death. The chemical agent employed on youth held in Long Creek during the August and September events is called oleoresin capsicum, or OC spray, or also known as pepper spray. Children exposed to OC may develop long-term respiratory problems, organ and nerve damage, and adverse neurological effects, according to pediatricians. Electroshock devices, commonly known as tasers, were also employed on youth during these events. The sole distributor of tasers in the United States recommends that members of law enforcement avoid stunning a, quote, low body mass index person or on a small child, unquote, because doing so could, quote, increase the risk of death or serious injury, unquote, according to an instruction manual for the weapon. In fact, death by electroshock device is the third most common cause of death during lethal police interactions. These are the reasons that the Children's Center for Law and Policy's November 2021 report that was commissioned by the DOC after these instances took place recommended that the use of these techniques be prohibited from youth in DOC facilities. This bill is directly pulled from the recommendations of that report. There were many other recommendations made in that report that I am open to including in any potential amendments in this legislation. Perhaps it is inevitable that similar types of violent incidents will occur in any institutional setting. If that is true, then perhaps the solution to preventing such trauma on being inflicted on youth while in the state of Maine's care is to not have youth in institutional settings. The youth held at Long Creek are not adults, which is why they're there in the first place. This bill is aimed at protecting youth from further trauma. If we do so, our state will be safer by creating a more restorative atmosphere for justice-involved youth. Restorative and trauma-informed treatment will reduce recidivism and create youth who will grow into adults who are fully functioning and contributing members of their families and their communities. This legislation is a step in that direction, and I urge you to vote ought to pass. Thank you for listening, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Representative Buckner. Any questions of the sponsor? Seeing none, I'll move on. I will now ask, are there any legislators who wish to speak on this bill? Any comments you wish to make, neither for nor against, or seeing no? Eva, what we usually do, they'll raise their hand. I don't see anyone. Okay, so we shall proceed. I now will call on anyone who wishes to speak in support of LD 1897. Please raise your hand. I see Sky Goslin will be coming in, followed by Suzanne Budelich and Jay Davis. So our clerk will let you in. I will call the names, hopefully I will, 3 at a time, and we'll bring them in. Well, I just lost, okay, Sky is here. Sky, you may begin.
Hi, Senator DeChambeau, sorry, I'm actually north for or against.
Oh, so you're neither for nor against?
Yeah, I'm not.
Okay, that's fine. So, Mr. Goslin, what we're gonna do is we have to go with those in support first. And when I call for neither for nor against, please raise your hand, we'll let you in, okay?
All
Thank
right,
you.
sorry.
Yep, quite all right. So I've got Jay Davis first and Suzanne Rutledge. Go right ahead, Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Senator DeShambo, Representative Warren, and members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. I am Jay Davis. I live in Belfast, and I speak in support of LD 1897. Several weeks ago, Commissioner Liberty delivered to you a lengthy report on the incidents at Long Creek that Representative Lookner just described. This report is the third from the Center for Children's Law and Policy to DOC in the last 5 years. And throughout, it notes that past recommendations have not been implemented. Among them are strong statements that such practices as using prone and supine restraints, tear gas, tasers, and calling in the state's militarily trained Special Operations Group to Long Creek that were used last year, and they should not have been. The report, like its predecessors, has many excellent ideas for improving conditions at Maine's only juvenile detention facility. In his report to you, Commissioner Liberty detailed some of those recommendations that are now being followed, including the use of restorative practices. During the brief question period, Representative Lookner asked the commissioner if he would continue to authorize drastic restraints in future incidents at Long Creek. With some energy, I recall, the commissioner said he would use anything to protect his residents and staff, including these dangerous employments. What the report tells us is that a failure to adopt many life-changing improvements at Long Creek led directly to the incidents that caused so much damage last year, and that resorting to drastic control measures was not and cannot be a continuing solution. The report states, and I quote, "If staff know that they can rely on chemical restraints or calling on the Special Operations Group when youth cause conflict, staff will be much less likely to use their own training on de-escalation and similar strategies. Eventually, and this is key, the most restrictive interventions, what is supposed to be the quote, last choice, end quote, becomes the first choice, as has happened at Long Creek. Ladies and gentlemen, the state of Maine can and must do better. Please support an ought to pass recommendation on LD 1897. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of Mr. Davis? Thank you. Eva, I failed. I'm so used to Deb knowing this, no fault of your own, but would you please put the clock up for our following members who are, attendees who will testify? Okay. Could someone give her a call if she didn't get that? I'm not sure.
I'm here. We don't do
Okay.
that in my committee, so I'm not sure how to do it.
Okay. Well, I will tell you, I will be watching the clock, and for all attendees, what we've been doing is a 3-minute limit on presentations. So I will turn it over and welcome Suzanne. Been a long time. Go ahead. You're muted, Suzanne.
Sorry. Good morning, Chairpersons DeChambeau and Warren and members of the committee. My name is Suzanne Rudalevich, and I live in Cape Elizabeth. I am emphatically in favor of preventing forceful interventions with detained juveniles. The summary of this bill states that it prohibits these restraining activities, and I think that that's what we're talking about, but I'm not sure that that is the actual meaning of prevent. Preventing says to me that the juveniles must be treated in ways that do not result in the outbursts of violent behavior, which has happened of late, and which are then used as the reason why these young people must be forced into submission through violent coercion. I believe in the practice of restorative justice, which looks to the roots of conflict and oppositional behavior rather than reacting to its manifestation. When I came to Maine, the horrible treatment of some youth at the Maine juvenile facility had come to the attention of Amnesty International. We then built a new facility as though having a modern prison building in place of the somewhat ramshackle cottage system would magically change institutional behavior. I understand that it is not at all easy working in a facility with youth who are physically grown, but not so mature mentally. Kids who have, on the whole, not known stability or self-worth. Kids who erupt easily because of their inner fragility. And especially difficult when staffing is limited. But that is not the point. We must not act in ways that illustrate the violence that we say we deplore. Please recommend this bill as ought to pass. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ludelich. Any questions of Ms. Ludelich? Seeing none, thank you again.
Thank you.
Then will, the next person with their hand up is Atlee Riley. Eva, you can bring him in. Thank you.
Good morning, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and members of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. My name is Atlee Riley. I'm the Legal Director at Disability Rights Maine, Maine's protection and advocacy agency for individuals with disabilities. I'm also a member of the Juvenile Justice Advisory Group, and I served on the 2020 Juvenile Justice System Assessment Task Force. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of LD 1897. This bill would prohibit practices that are traumatizing, counterproductive, and present a significant risk of physical harm and even death. DRM supports the bill as written. That said, DRM would also support an effort to amend this bill to address not just these dangerous symptoms, but also the underlying problem, which is the continued existence of a youth prison in Maine. In September 2021, DRM wrote to Commissioner Liberty regarding urgent safety concerns at Long Creek. These concerns were based on information we obtained during and following one of our regular monitoring visits to the facility. In short, it was clear that many of the dangerous and inappropriate practices Maine was directed to end in 2017, including prone restraint, were continuing in August of 2021. These concerns were unfortunately validated in the 2021 conditions report of Long Creek, completed by the Center for Children's Law and Policy, which has already been discussed, which concluded what we wrote in our 2017 assessment of Long Creek is still true today, 4 years later. Staffing shortages at Long Creek are hindering the ability to supervise youth in a safe and humane manner, and they are jeopardizing the safety of staff as well. As we learned on a visit to Long Creek just this week, those staffing challenges persist. LD 1897 would prohibit practices that should have been discontinued long ago. It would put an end to the use of inherently dangerous restraints, and it would put an end to the use of chemical agents and electrical restraints. These changes are fully aligned with the 2021 conditions report, which describes some of the practices at the facility as dangerous and, quote, outside of the mainstream of juvenile justice policy in this country. The continued use of these harmful practices is especially troubling in light of the fact that youth end up at Long Creek have often been failed by multiple other systems, and they could and should be served in the community with appropriate supports. So Maine should absolutely commit to implementing the final recommendation in the 2020 Juvenile Justice System Assessment to achieve the removal of youth from Long Creek. But until that time, Maine must ensure that youth at Long Creek are protected from abusive and harmful practices. LD 1897 is an important step in that direction. So thank you again. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Riley. Any questions of Mr. Riley? I see Representative Pluker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for being here, Mr. Riley. I was wondering, do you have a sense of the youth in the facility who have diagnosed some level of disabilities or might be covered by ADA?
It's a very high number historically. Well, some numbers. In 2017, DOC reported that about half the youth had previous inpatient hospitalization. 80% had previously received some services that would indicate that they had mental health related needs and disabilities. So it's anywhere between 50 and 90%, I would imagine, of youth that would have disabilities, which is one reason that we maintain a regular presence at the facility and go on site monthly.
A follow-up, Madam Chair?
Yes, go right ahead.
Are there any particular protections that you would expect for folks who might have these disabilities as opposed to folks who would not have these disabilities, especially when it comes to using prone restraints or electroshock?
I mean, so it's possible that there may be legal avenues available to people with disabilities that might not be available to people without disabilities. But generally, I think, good practice and good training and, some of the testimony that you heard earlier about preventing these issues, treating people in a humane way, reflecting for the kids how we want them to. So I think good practice and well-trained and well-supported staff could address some of those needs. But yes, if you're being physically managed, for behaviors that are directly related to your disability, and people haven't done the harder work and the work that I think everybody probably that will come here today will say is the most important work, which is to avoid getting to the place in the first place. If you haven't done that hard work, especially for students, youth with disabilities, then it's going to be more likely that things are going to escalate. And so I think when I was before the committee to talk about these issues, use the example of, backing youth into a corner, either literally or figuratively, where you're going to give them no choice. The things that adults do will lead directly to responses. And if folks are not trained, or they're having to work double shifts, or there are other clinicians, like there were a lot of recommendations about involving clinical staff. If those things aren't happening appropriately, it's going to be more likely that youth with disabilities will respond in ways that they don't even want to do, right? But they're left with no choice. Hopefully that was responsive. A little meandering, sorry.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Representative Morales.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hello, Attorney Riley. Good to see you. Along those lines of questioning, this week I asked Attorney Voivodich about just sort of a disability determination. And I get that this is probably a difficult, or maybe there's not a clear way to get there other than litigation on a case-by-case basis. But my sense is that a diagnosis doesn't necessarily mean that young person or any person gets protections under the ADA. And so I'm wondering, how do we make those determinations so that an entity such as the Department of Corrections would know which people that they are serving need those protections? And I guess the second piece of that is, do you know if there is anyone on staff, and this is maybe for the commissioner, who does make those determinations on a case-by-case basis?
Let's see, I might take them in a different order. I mean, I think when youth come into the facility, there may often be assessments that they're bringing with them, or an identification that maybe they're already receiving special education services, or they may have come to the facility from a residential treatment facility that maybe discharged them to an emergency department, and then they ended up at Long Creek. And so all of those youth coming through those pathways, I think, it would be relatively clear that they're a youth with a disability. The legal standard changes depending on the statute. So the definition of disability is different when you're talking about the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, for example, than with the ADA, Americans with Disabilities Act, which is more, it's kind of more the standard definition that people are familiar with, which is, do you have a physical or mental impairment that substantially limits one or more major life activities? And it's a, can be a fairly broad category. Does that help?
It does. I guess, Madam Chair, would you mind if I follow up?
No, I think a little clarification comes a long way. Go right ahead. I agree.
Yes, thank you. I mean, I think And it does help to understand who would qualify potentially as needing the protections of the ADA. I guess I'm stepping back as a department, as an entity, as a school system, as any system. If we acknowledge that these young people are coming into the system likely with disabilities, what are we doing to make sure, or what can we do to make sure that then those services are being provided, or that certain services or certain treatments are not being provided because their disability? And I guess the second piece of that is it just right now a case by case where, you know, DRM would come in and represent that young person, or is there something else we can be doing to make sure that they're getting the services, the treatment, not getting the things that are harming them because of their disability?
Okay, thanks. At the risk of kind of repeating what I said earlier, I will kind of step back and say that what would be good for youth with disabilities coming into Long Creek would be good for everybody. And especially if we're talking about trying to find a path forward to move youth into another, hopefully community-based setting. A true individualized assessment that then leads into individualized supports, whether they include mental health services, individualized mental health services, or other supports that the youth and family may need to maintain that youth in the community. Something that, you know, and I'm not sure we're doing anything that's as robust as it needs to be to engage in that sort of individualized planning. So I think given the census of youth with disabilities is so high, and given likely their entitlement to that sort of approach, taking that same approach with all these youth, many who have maybe undiagnosed or unidentified needs related to traumatic experiences, some sort of individualized assessment and planning process, so that as we hopefully move forward, I think everybody's agreeing we should move forward to move beyond this facility, that we're doing it based on a knowledge of what do youth actually need, what do youth and families actually need to be in the communities, and we're not just building things and hoping that we can fit kids into them, or building programs and hoping we can fit kids into them. The census is so low, we could do that. We could really do that.
Thank you very much. That was very helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Riley? Seeing none, thanks. I now will direct my comment to our clerk. Jay Davis has submitted testimony and has spoken, so he may return to the attendees. And I did see another one, but I don't know where that person is. Anyone else wishing to speak in support of this bill? All right. And please raise your hands before we move on to the next one, because I didn't see that. But now I've got Mary Bernardo, and that's it right now. Mary, you will be brought in. Thank you. Good morning, Mary.
Good morning, Senator DeChambeau, and also Representative Warren, members of the committee. Good to see you. And you know, I'm an attorney at GLBTQ Legal Advocates and Defenders based here in Maine. We join in full the ACLU's testimony that you have before you, and want to just highlight a couple of points. One is, I'm sure this is not a shocker, that there are LGBTQ youth who are caught up in the juvenile justice system. CCLP talked about how young people are at increased risk of substance use, homelessness, school dropout, suspension, expulsion, as a result of stigma, family rejection, and also discrimination. And when confined in juvenile facilities, are 7 times more likely to be sexually assaulted as others. So the second thing I wanted to just note is that GLAAD supports the prohibition on all of the restraints identified for young people held in the Maine DOC's custody. We all know the department has been on notice about these issues for a long time from reports from colleagues in other states that there are alternatives. Yes, there are staffing shortages, but I will say that as an observer, I keep hearing when the department is challenged that at least part of the response is to place 100% of the responsibility on the young people. This person did X or disobeyed an order from Y, but that snapshot is never the whole picture. The felt need of the facility to use tasers and pepper spray and these kinds of restraints is itself evidence not only of the institution's failure to meet the needs, but the fact that, as Mr. Riley was just saying, that young people come into the facility with needs that have not been addressed. So I agree with him and others that the future is really on the table here. We all want what is best for young people. I do not fault any of the individuals who are working in these systems. But what is true, since we all want what is best, is that we are actually dealing, as the National Academies has put it in a report on adolescence, with a vibrant time in people's lives, a precious time when, quote, they can redirect and remediate maladaptation in brain structures and behavior from earlier developmental periods into resilience. I ask, can we please seize on this opportunity for our young people and turn the page on Long Creek, serve their interests and our state's interests? You don't need me to tell you, because so many already have, about the lack of home and community-based care and treatment.
Are you, yes, you got muted there. Okay. go
Okay,
ahead.
sorry about that. Just trying to say, seizing on this time in their lives and having the home and community-based services to make sure that people's needs are addressed in real time and therefore don't escalate into, behaviors that can lead to justice involvement really is an opportunity here. So like Mr. Riley and others, support this bill and would be very supportive of a plan to think about how to advance the day when we turn the page on Long Creek and think about other alternatives. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Any questions for Ms. Bernardo? Representative Pickett.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Bernardo, for being here today. I just have one question for you, and that is, I gotta get rid of the phone. I'm the only one home, so I can't do anything about it. I'm sorry about that. But the question I have is, have you yourself ever visited Long Creek?
Yes, sir, I have. I started visiting Long Creek after the suicide of a young transgender person in 2016. I had received many pieces of correspondence. I came to represent young people at Long Creek, worked actually with the Department of Corrections staff, line staff, as well as with administrators to try to make improvements. Like many people, I've really thrown myself at the wall on this one because so much is at stake. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Follow up, Madam Chair?
Go right ahead. Yes.
And I certainly appreciate that. Have you had the opportunity to go back and visit since the CCLP report and since the changes have been made?
No, I have not. But I have not. That's the answer to your question.
I only mention that just because there have been a number of changes. I'm sure we'll hear about some of those later, but I just would, because I hear what you're saying. I understand that, but I think the rest of the story needs to come out, and I think it will later. So we have a overall picture of everything, so we can make an informed decision on it. But thank you for being here, man. I appreciate it, ma'am. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Good. And thank you, Ms. Bernardo, for coming. Every time you come, we learn a little bit more about you and your interest in the subject. Thank you. I now will ask, I don't see any other hands up. I will ask those who are in opposition to this bill, please raise your hand and I will recognize you. All right. I have Sheriff Nichols, followed by Mukhtar Ali and James Durkin to begin with. We shall see these people. We'll begin with you, Sheriff Nichols. Thank you.
Yes, good morning, everybody. Senator Deschambault, Representative Warren, and honorable members of the committee. I'm Sheriff Scott Nichols of Franklin County. I'm here on behalf of Maine Sheriff's Association. Maine Sheriffs discussed this bill and voted unanimously to oppose it. Maine 16 sheriffs represent over 500 years of combined law enforcement experience. Many of us have trained together, patrolled together. We buried fallen officers together. We are elected by Maine people to represent every inch of the state of Maine, and we unanimously agree that this is a bad bill, which sets a very bad precedent. Maine sheriffs recognize that this bill speaks specifically to the juveniles at the MDOC facilities. While it may appear that this is unrelated to county law enforcement corrections, we disagree for a few reasons. While we are not often called to scenes where juveniles are violent, Maine sheriffs have all experienced situations where juveniles have attempted potentially lethal attacks on family members and on responding law enforcement. Our first and most consistent tool is communication. The vast majority of these scenarios involve successful de-escalation techniques. However, we must discuss those times when communicating with the juvenile fails. Having navigated through these experiences, we cannot condone removing tools from MDOC staff that could not only save the lives of staff members, but those of other juveniles housed within the same facility. The staff that are charged with caring for these youth receive extensive training in containing these situations, but we must acknowledge that one size does not fit all. There are some youth who are intent on hurting others. MDOC must be equipped to manage these youth. Maine sheriffs are also concerned about potential for setting a dangerous precedent. I personally have been involved in crime scenes where a young juvenile has killed others. There are other scenarios that unfold which would necessitate using a chemical spray, prone, or supine restraint, and all tools available. We do not want to see these tools removed from MDOC staff or any other law enforcement professional faced with a potentially life-threatening scenario. Maine sheriffs urge you to apply common sense by firmly voting ought not to pass. I'll be happy to answer any of your questions at this time.
Thank you, Sheriff Nichols. And I see a question coming from Representative Morales.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Sheriff Nichols. I'm wondering if you have read the CCLP report from 2017 and from 2020.
I have not.
Thank you.
Thank you. You all set, Representative Morales? Okay.
Yes,
I will,
thank you.
okay, I will recognize Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Sheriff Nichols, for being here. Similar question. How about the Juvenile Justice Task Force report? Have you read that?
I have not.
And just a quick follow-up, just so I understand. So you're saying that the sheriffs are opposed. Could you tell me again why the sheriffs are opposed? Just to be clear, the sheriffs don't, have never, do not, will ever work in Long Creek. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Could you share again why the sheriffs are opposed to this policy change inside Long Creek?
Again, is to ensure that the MDOC staff has the tools available to them. You know, these people are very extensively trained. Our corrections officers go through the same training that the MDOC corrections officers go through. They have an excessive amount of training when it comes to dealing with youth, with people who have psychological issues, and they do an exceptional job. But when these things go south, they need to be able to respond with all things available in their toolbox. I mean, when we say use, I know sometimes we're only thinking of 9, 10, 11, 12-year-olds, but some of these youths at MDOC are 18, 19, 20 years old. And so they could be potentially very dangerous people. And so to take away those tools away from the DOC staff, if they have a volatile situation, I think would be harmful to staff members as well as to the juvenile themselves. And so while some of these situations have occurred, as I understand them, what I'm hearing from you all here today, I'm sure that MDOC is doing their utmost best to make sure that they keep these things down to a minimum. But there are some violent people out there. Just last summer alone, I remember we had a juvenile who was 17 years old who was sent to Long Creek by the judge, and he wound up attacking 2 police officers out in the parking lot as they were trying to drive him down there. I mean, it happens, and it was quite a scrap for these people. So it's rare, but it does occur, and I just wanted to point that out. We don't have juveniles in our jails. We never will. But we are just speaking on behalf of DOC to ensure that they have the proper tools to make sure that they can take care of these extraordinary circumstances when they occur.
Okay.
You're all set, okay. I now see, this is for the members only, Mr. Ali, right now. I now will recognize in opposition, Mr. Representative Pickett, do you have still a question for Sheriff
Yes.
Nichols? Go right
Yes,
ahead.
Excuse me, Senator DeChambeau, just to let you know, Representative Morales had her hand up also while I was speaking, just so you know.
I now see it. I got a switch on to, I do see Representative Morales and Representative Pickett.
Madam Chair, I will defer to Representative Morales first because of her hand was up before mine.
Yep, I just noticed that. Okay, thank you. Mr. Ali, we cannot recognize you right now. We are dealing with the members asking questions. Thank you.
All right.
Representative Morales.
Thank you, and thank you, Representative Pickett. I appreciate that. Sheriff, I just wanted to ask a question. I was, as you were speaking, I just went on to and I've always been a little bit confused about the training for corrections officers versus law enforcement, but I'm getting my head around it. As I read, I believe corrections officers have a requirement to complete 208 hours of training, which when I divide that by 8 hours is 26 days. Is that correct?
It's about 5 weeks, a little over 5 weeks of training they all go through.
Am I correct, though, to read on the Criminal Justice Academy website that it's 208 hours is required to be certified as a corrections officer?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Representative Pickett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Sheriff Nichols. Real quickly here, I'm going through your testimony and following along with it and stuff. You in one of the paragraphs, you said Maine sheriffs recognize that this bill speaks specifically to the juveniles in the MDOC facilities. But while it may appear that this is unrelated to county law enforcement and corrections, we disagree for a few reasons. Then you go on to say in the next paragraph about while we're not often called to scenes, and you talk about different situations, different scenarios, but then you make in the next paragraph, the very first sentence, and I think that's what I want to just ask you about. You say, having navigated through these experiences, we cannot condone removing tools from MDOC staff that could not only save the lives of staff members, but those other juveniles housed within the same facility. That having navigated through these experiences, can you just dig down in that a little deeper and tell us what that means, having navigated through these type of experiences?
Well, all I'm speaking about is experiences that all of us have experienced on the road, not in a jail setting, but on the street, responding to domestic violence situations. We've had several and continue to have several domestic violence situations, if not weekly, every other week here in my county alone, where juveniles are attacking their parents. And for the most part, we can contain this stuff and de-escalate the situation. But we've had occasions where the parents are actually frightened to have their child remain in the house. And we're talking sometimes 15, 16 years old. And so we've had to take them into custody, bring them over to our office and reach out to the local juvenile intake worker and hope that we can bring them down to a place, Long Creek, because if Long Creek didn't exist and we had to release that child back to the parents, and then all of a sudden something tragic happened, it would be horrible. And so there needs to be a place for these folks, whether it be Long Creek or something else, but there has to be some sort of facility for people, young people who are just so out of control that they actually terrify their own family members. That's the experiences I'm relating to. I can't speak to what happens inside of a DOC facility because I've never been to Long Creek myself personally.
Thank you. Follow up, Madam Chair.
Go right ahead.
And Sheriff Nicholson, if I'm understanding you correctly, then having those life experiences out here on the road yourself, and then in the jails with your correction officers, which you oversee, and so on and so forth, is it safe to say that we can make the statement with 100% accuracy that there are young people, juveniles, that are dangerous, and that are dangerous not only to themselves but to others, that can be to the point where there has to be some type of intervention to keep them from hurting themselves or someone else? And if I'm correct in looking at your testimony, your first mode and those that are in corrections and so on and so forth in MDOC, they use communication skills first to try to de-escalate before they ever go to any one of these tools that are in their toolbox. Is that correct?
Yes, that's always the first go-to, regardless of whether it's a juvenile or an adult. You always try to de-escalate.
Thank you, sir.
Seeing no other hands up, I will continue in opposition. Anyone else? And I believe Randall Liberty, Eva, would you bring him in? I have James Durgan. Did you, Commissioner Liberty, I think I need to recognize James Durgan. I believe I called him in first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, go right ahead.
For the record, Jim Durkin, I'm the Legislative Director for ASME Council 93, and I'm here to express our opposition to the bill, but at the same time, to offer our union's cooperation to not only work for work sessions on the bill, but also through discussions with the bill sponsors. Look, we're sure the sponsors of this bill have very good intentions, but we believe it may have been filed without a full understanding of the challenges our workers at Long Creek face on a daily basis, as well as some important data and facts. The population at Long Creek has decreased steadily in recent years. Many juvenile residents have been moved to other settings in the community. It's now down to 26 residents, and suffice to say, they are there for a reason. Among these residents are people who have committed violent crimes, including some who have taken the lives of others, and they remain a danger to the staff as well as the other juvenile residents. In preparation for this hearing, we asked the state to provide us with some data, information that will help people like me, people like us who don't do this difficult work, perhaps understand a little better what it's like to work at Long Creek and be responsible first and foremost for keeping the individuals in their care and custody safe, but also having the responsibility to themselves and their families for returning home safe at the end of each shift, the latter of which is sometimes hard to fulfill. And here's some of the things we learned from the state's information. From July of 2021 through the end of last month, there were 29 violent assaults on staff. 22 of those assaults required the staff to receive medical treatment, and 17 of those 22 assaults resulted in staff missing work, ranging from 5 days to, in one instance, 103 days and counting. Now, the average time out of work, excuse me, for these assault victims is about 30 days. Now, the legislation seeks to ban chemical agents. Long Creek staff do have at their disposal for emergency last resort situations something called oleoresin capsicum, or OC for short. It's pepper spray. And it's important for proponents in this committee to know that despite those 29 assaults I mentioned earlier, assaults that resulted in injuries like lacerations and concussions, pepper spray has been used just 3 times during that same 7-month period. So it seems pretty clear that OC is minimally used and only in very difficult last resort situations. But we think the most important question to ask here is, what's the alternative when the very lives of staff and the other residents are in jeopardy? If the staff's unable to use this last resort to defuse a dangerous situation, then what's the alternative? How do they temporarily stop or slow some of these individuals, some of whom have already demonstrated their willingness and ability to kill another human being? We can assure you that staff are well trained in de-escalation techniques, and these techniques are used prior to the use of OC. So what is the alternative in these rare situations? I don't have an answer for you, but I think...
Yeah, okay, go right ahead. Mr. Durgan, just please try to wrap up. We have a 3-minute time clock. Thank you.
Sure. I apologize. Look, there's just the bottom line here, Madam Chair, is we think we're heading into a dangerous area of unintended consequences when we start to legislate things like this, especially when we do so without a full understanding of the dangers faced and without presenting any viable alternatives. Because when you do something like that, you're putting not only the lives of staff in jeopardy, but also jeopardizing the lives of the juveniles and young adults in state custody, the very people these well-intentioned proponents are seeking to protect. So I thank you for your time, and I will do my best to answer any questions you may have.
Mr. Durgan, I missed that. Which union do you represent?
Well, we're with AFSCME, the American
AFSCME,
Federation of State,
okay.
County, and Municipal Employees.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Durgan? Representative Morales.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Durgan. Mr. Durgan, I'll ask you the same question that I asked the previous person testifying. Have you yourself read the 2017 CCLP report and the 2020 CCLP report and the juvenile assessment reports?
No, Representative, I have not. But I'm certain that our members, the people on the ground up there, have read that, and I will certainly take a look at it immediately after this hearing.
That's great, and I would just recommend taking a look at the pieces that really talk about how to create safety within the facility, both for staff and the children, based on best practices around juvenile adolescent development and what would keep your staff safer. There are very clear recommendations in there that I think it's important for you to read. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Representative Morales, as Bill said. I then have Representative Pickett, followed by Representative Warren for questions.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Durkin, for being here. Just one quick question. It's obvious that you're here for the union, so you're dealing with the workers there that work there at Long Creek that are part of the union that you represent. And I'm sure you have their best interest in mind and stuff, and you want to do everything you can do to assist them in being in doing their job and doing it well, but also making sure that they get the training and the work and the tools that they need to do their job. So the question I have for you is this: knowing where they are now, knowing what kind of training they get and what kind of tools they carry, do you feel that the DOC over the past few years, and especially since I know you haven't read these reports, but since the CCPL report have made changes, do you feel that on an ongoing basis that the people you represent are getting the training to be able to do their job more effectively and as they move on in their careers?
I'm probably not the best person to answer that question, Representative, which is why I stated at the onset, I think we need to have some more dialogue, and we can bring some of these workers into a work session if that would be helpful. I do know that, staffing, short staffing, low pay is a problem, and that has created an ongoing safety issue, not just in the juvenile facility, but in our state system too. We also have the state corrections officers. But I can tell you this, you're absolutely right, sir, when you say that, it's our responsibility as the union to represent the best interests of these workers. But I can assure you that the workers always have the best interest of these juvenile residents in their hearts and their minds. They wouldn't be doing this work if they didn't care. Because again, given the low pay and the dangerousness of the work, they could certainly do something a lot easier and a lot safer. And still make a living.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Hi, Representative Warren, did you bring your hand down or what?
I did.
You're good? Okay, thank you. Seeing no other hands, thank you, Mr. Durgan, for offering that testimony. Appreciate it. I now will thank you for being patient. Commissioner Liberty, please join us. Eva will bring you in. Thank you. Good morning. I'm sorry, instead of saying commissioner, I was going to call you representative, but Commissioner Liberty, welcome.
Morning, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and other members, distinguished members of the Criminal Justice Public Safety Committee. I am Randall Liberty. I'm the Commissioner of the Maine Department of Corrections, and I am providing testimony in opposition to LD 1897. This bill infers that the staff at Long Creek routinely use force to harm juveniles. This inference is false. The bill also presumes that taking away a tool from staff that are trained to use the tool when there's imminent danger to human life will result in fewer critical incidents. That is also a falsehood. Critical incidents involving aggressive people happen. They happen in our communities and they happen inside our correctional facilities, and it's an inconvenient truth. Long Creek is the only juvenile facility in Maine that has a no eject, no reject is a facility, meaning that we must accept any youth that a judge orders, including those youth who are deemed too aggressive for other placements, or those youth who are removed from other placements due to aggressive or otherwise dangerous behavior. Many of the youth at Long Creek have been unmanageable and violent in the community-based residential treatment facilities, and I've received telephone calls from police chiefs that indicate that they're called frequently to the community-based residential treatment facilities due to ongoing assault on staff. Maine Juvenile Division of Services staff receive a significant amount of training designated to reduce the likelihood of critical incidents. Training they depend on daily to keep everyone safe. However, taking away tools from staff that they need for the moments that they are threatened, the safety and security, is imprudent. And that's exactly what this bill does. It takes away the very tools designed for critical incidents. Those were occasions when aggression and violence threaten safety and security. This bill seeks to prohibit the use of electroshock devices. Electroshock devices are not used with the juveniles, and they never have been, contrary to some previous testimony. At no time have officers working with juveniles used electronic weapons on a juvenile. While it's true the members of the Special Operations Group who respond to one of the most critical incidents this past summer had electroshock weapons on them, none were used, and they will not be used. And the SOG team members will no longer be called to respond to incidents at Long Creek. This bill also seeks to prohibit the use of chemical agents. I've been very clear that chemical agents are an important tool, and I will not prohibit the use of them. Chemical agents, while only administered a few times at Long Creek in the past 5 years, result in less injury to residents and staff than the use of physical restraint when staff are facing behavior that has escalated into property damage or aggressive behavior between individuals. As was previously stated, in the last year, we've had 29 incidents where staff were injured, and they only used OC 3 times during those incidents. Further, there are only 3 classifications of staff at Long Creek who may administer chemical agents. They're the juvenile facility operations supervisor, the juvenile program specialist, and the facility detective. In total, of all the staff, there are only 17 staff at Long Creek who fit these categories. Per policy, none of the staff at Long Creek carry the chemical agent on them during their shift. It is locked in a special place in an area in the facility. In order to access a chemical agent, staff have to fill out an authorization form attesting that all of the de-escalation techniques have been exhausted, and that the use of chemical agent is a needed intervention in order to prevent bodily harm and prevent security risks to the facility. Furthermore, the policy mandated authorization form requires that the staff describe in writing the specific ways in which the juvenile resident is presenting substantial risk of bodily injury or self to others, impacting the security of the facility. This bill also seeks to prevent the use of prone and supine restraints. An individual restrained in the back down position has tremendous leeway to fight with their arms and legs, and therefore it's not a common restraint technique commonly used, as it inevitably results in injury to staff. During the onboarding process for new staff, the mantra for new staff and hear and live by is that de-escalation is a response to conflict. This philosophy is repeated on every shift and every meeting, be it with education staff, clinical staff, or line staff. We subscribe to the philosophy of de-escalate. Philosophy isn't exclusive to critical incidents. It's used generally too. For example, if a resident is anxious, frustrated, or angry about a grade or a test, or about losing a basketball game, staff help that resident regulate their emotions. They use the de-escalation technique to help the residents calm down, regain perspective and composure. The de-escalation is a fabric of the day-to-day interactions. It's second nature to our staff. During the Maine Criminal Justice Academy training, before staff even step foot inside Long Creek, they learn about de-escalation. They learn about it in the classroom setting, and they learn about it through practical application, through role-playing and scenario-based exercises. Once on board at Long Creek, staff get more training on de-escalation. The training provided to juvenile staff after the Maine Criminal Justice Academy is called the Post School. It includes an additional 16 hours of de-escalation training through the Crisis Consulting Group, CCG, the training you've read about in the CCL report. In addition, staff also received 16 hours of training in motivational interviewing, which is about the same amount of time that clinical professionals get for professional certification. Motivational interviewing is a 5-principle communication technique designed to help people change behaviors. The technique, which is widely applied, includes expressing empathy, avoiding arguments, rolling with resistance, and helping the individual see the discrepancy between what they say what they want, and what their actions actually demonstrate, and support the residents' success. During the onboard training, staff also participate in modules on adolescent brain development, juvenile behavioral health, juvenile suicide prevention, and staff spend hours immersed in techniques to help prevent and de-escalate situations so that the moments impacting safety and security are few and far between. However, correctional facilities can expect to have situations from time to time that require the use of physical force. So we train staff for these moments. Per policy, the methods our staff are trained in to use are moves specific to regaining control when there's imminent threat to safety and security of individuals or the facility. A restraint technique is used to regain control. Physical force is never used as punishment. Instruction is given to staff at multiple times during their employment, including many hours prior to being assigned to duties inside the facility. The incidents in August and September were unfortunate. We have learned from those incidents, and we've discussed at length with this committee in September meetings and written responses. We've improved policies so they're clearer, ensuring that staff are more comfortable, knowledgeable, and supported in knowing what is allowable to and when. Staff are explicitly trained to use the prone position only as a transition to regain control. They are trained in the proper technique, which allows swiftly moving the individual to a sitting or standing position. Staff learn that they are prohibited from techniques that place restrictions on an individual's ability to breathe, restriction of the blood flow to the brain, and applying a knee or weight to the neck or the back. That would compromise breathing. These trainings align with the mandatory standards outlined by our governing body, the American Correctional Association. To further safeguard residents and staff, every use of restraint or chemical agent is recorded in various ways. These records are reviewed as dictated by policy by the superintendent, director of security, clinical director of mental health, and the commissioner's office. Residents involved in the situation are also provided the opportunity to report about the situation, and staff work with youth during the process to identify circumstances they may have precipitated the escalation. The review of these incidents where force was used are taken very seriously and are required by the American Correctional Association, outlined in policies, reprimands, and the review of process identified improper techniques or blatant disregard. As you're aware, there are pending investigations due to the use of force reviews from August and September on arrest. The most effective tool an officer uses or has are their word. Staff understand that positive relationships are protective factors when to escalation when a resident is in crisis. Staff are trained to utilize that voice and help a resident regain composure, even if the resident is in the throes of an aggressive, assaultive, potentially dangerous situation. There are thousands of more stories of officers successfully de-escalating potentially horrific situations than there are situations in which officers acted outside the bounds of policy. If good public policy aims to solve a problem, this bill does not do that. There is not a problem of excessive use of chemical agent, use of prone or supine positions. The Maine Department of Corrections is accredited by the American Correctional Association. The ACA has mandatory standards for officer training, officer conduct, use of chemical agents, use of prone restraint as a transition to the recovery position. We follow these standards. We have policies in place to protect the safety of our residents and staff. If a staff member does not conduct themselves in accordance with policy, there is an investigation and they're held accountable. These are well-trained individuals who have chosen a career path that is mission-driven on mentoring and supporting juveniles with serious crimes, many of whom have aggressive tendencies. Prohibiting the use of these tools, for which they are well-trained, will certainly result in more harm. I ask you to vote no on this bill. I'm welcome questions.
Thank you. Senator Searway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner, good morning, and I'd just like to ask you about, I know sometimes you hear, about the disabled and the children in the facility, but I was wondering, when we had 29 injuries of staff, don't they take in consideration the mental and physical analysis of what they're dealing with on each juvenile? And also, sometimes it's size, agility, quickness, and could be adrenaline issues. There's a lot of issues involved in analyzing what your actions are going to be for that individual. And I don't know if you can just expound on that a little bit.
Yes, of course. Thank you for the question, Senator. The first line of defense for us is building relationships, knowing the youth that are in our care, and being concerned for their well-being, which my officers are. We have the officers and the supervisors that work at Long Creek are dedicated public servants, and they care deeply about the youth that they care for. The only time that they use force is as a last resort. The only time that they go hands-on or ever have to use OC, as was indicated, only 3 times in the last several years, is for the safety and security of the other residents and for staff members to reduce the likelihood of injury. They do consider and they do know well the challenges that many of these youth have, but the reality is many of these youth at times are violent, and many of these youth are able to be de-escalated most of the time. But when an individual has a weapon or has assaulted staff or is assaulting another resident, there are times when they have to use these tools. And again, minimum amount of force necessary to control the situation and reduce the potential for future injury.
Thank you.
Thank you. And now I'll recognize Representative Pluker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for being here, Commissioner, again. I've kind of an interesting family history related to youth advocacy at Long Creek. My former mother-in-law was there as the youth advocate for almost 30 years, and late 80s to the early aughts. And during most of that time, of course, these are what she's told me stories, trying to get rid of the use of the restraint chair while she was there, and being, actively opposed by a lot of the same folks that we're hearing from today. But it was a culture shift over decades that, eventually got to that place. What do you see? Do you feel like we're in the middle of a same kind of culture shift that's going to take decades to kind of realize the use of restraint in the facility might be different, in the future than it is now?
Thank you, Representative. That's a good perspective. As criminal justice evolves and we find evidence-based techniques in order to deal with these circumstances, I think law enforcement and corrections has evolved significantly, as we've talked with other bills and other committee matters. I think that we have evolved. I think that we are continuing to evolve. I think that with the right training, education level, research, collaborative efforts, I think that we are evolving. And I think that you'll see that if you looked over a 10-year period, the use of force has significantly gone down. The population has significantly been reduced to now most often less than 30 of our youth in the community are placed with us. But there are times, and our law enforcement officers and our corrections officers in the state of Maine do not like to use force. They do everything they can do to avoid the use of force. And that's normally through de-escalation techniques and building relationships with citizens in the community and the residents in our care. But there are times when these tools need to be used, and as infrequently as they are, but there still are times when they must be used. The youth that are in our care at Long Creek, some of them have committed very serious violent crimes, and they've shown a propensity to assault our officers. As was mentioned, 29 officer assaults, concussions, abrasions, lacerations. We also have a duty. We just don't, serve the residents in our care. We also have a duty to represent the officers that are trying to conduct this work. And they are very well-meaning, well-intended, and dedicated in a very difficult job dealing with a very difficult population. And I commend them for the work they do. They're tremendous. For those of you who have gone down and visited with the officers and seen the environment that they've created, I think that most will agree that it's a fantastic effort, and they do a great job every day to care for those youth.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next one I have is Representative Pickett, followed by Representative Newman.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's still morning, Commissioner. I'm not sure. I lost track of my clock. I'm doing some rearranging in this room, so my clock isn't on the wall anymore. But nice to have you here with us this morning. So I guess your testimony, I followed along with your testimony. We had the briefing earlier on many of these same issues and stuff as well. And I'm well aware of that in the CCPL report that came in. And I guess that's what I want to talk about for a minute. There's been some questions relating to that, asking if people had seen the report and so on and so forth, which is rightfully so. I understand that. But I guess what my first question would be is that the CCLP, the report that came in, it's pretty evident by me by going down through your testimony and the briefing we had that you didn't sit on your thumbs after you got that report, but instead you became active in making some changes as you and are continuing to make those kind of changes. Am I right in that assumption?
That's correct. Even prior to contracting with CCLP, we began the journey of identifying what the causation factors were of some of those disruptions and getting to work through enhanced training, through policy development, through again through contacting with CCLP to give us a third party view of the occurrences that happened in August and September, and we're continuing that work.
Okay. Follow up, Madam Chair.
Yes, go right ahead.
Thank you. So the last thing I would say and ask you about, Commissioner, would be this. You started out your testimonies by saying the bill infers that staff at Long Creek routinely use force to harm juveniles. And you've already answered that is completely false. But so I guess my last question would be certainly this. When you make this statement, these are well-trained individuals who have chosen a career path that is a mission driven on mentoring and supporting juveniles with serious criminal charges, many of whom have aggressive tendencies. When you make that statement, you're making a statement of people that you are in charge of. You're making a statement that you are making sure they're trained and trained well to do what they do. And because of that, you feel, and this is my question, it's my understanding that you feel if we take the use of these tools that have been identified in this bill, if we take those tools away, we not only put the juveniles at risk, we put the staff at risk and anyone else that might come in contact with them. And it's for this, and it also is for the safety of the juvenile themselves to keep them from sometimes self-harm. Am I correct in that?
That's correct. These are very difficult situations. They happen infrequently. The officers do the best they can with the training and education that they have and supervision. They have a big heart for youth, or they wouldn't be there in that circumstance. But in the end, when there's a circumstance where several residents are using violence, threatening other residents, threatening staff, destroying state tax dollar property, and it's time to and we've de-escalated, we've tried to work, we've tried to negotiate. And when we know that people are at risk, there's a time when the officers have to go in and they have to control the situation. And to take any of these tools away from them would be reckless and would be causing more harm and have unintended consequences for the safety of the staff and for the residents in our care.
Thank you very much, sir. And thank you for you and your staff and the hard work you're doing there and the job you're doing there in the DOC.
Thank you, Representative.
I now have Representative Newman, followed by Representative Lookner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner, for being here. I got some of my questions answered in the last answer you just gave Representative Pickett. So basically, my only question is what do we use to replace it? Nobody seems to have put anything forward. Do we just let them do tear things apart, assault other people until they get tired and decide they're going to quit? Or what are we going to use to replace this if we can't do it?
We can. I cannot ask my officers to go into a unit with 4 or 5 individuals that have a propensity for violence, have been convicted of violent acts. They have weapons and they're bigger than my staff are. And I ask my staff to go in and disarm them and control the situation with no tools at their disposal. I cannot ask them to do that.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative.
Okay, so Representative Lookner went away, took his hand away, and I've got Representative Wernicke.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner, for being here. I guess my question would be very similar to what Representative Newman said is, you know, what would be the next steps? If this was to happen, and I certainly hope it wouldn't for your sake and the sake of your staff, do you feel that there are any alternatives that you would have to, that you would have to take? I know where we seem to be in the mode of coddling our inmates, criminals, whatever you want to call them, residents, and forgetting about the victims and forgetting about the people that actually do these jobs. What's the next step if this was to go through?
I'm not certain how I could, look my officers in the eye and ask them to go into a dangerous situation without the appropriate tools to control the situation. We would have increased officer injuries, again, 29 last year, and we would have increased resident injuries as a result of the inability to resolve conflictual sort of a situation.
Follow up, Madam Chair.
Go right ahead. Yes.
Do you think this would also make it even more difficult for you to hire and get staff to come in? I mean, because like you said, it would be very difficult to do this. Do you think it would actually impede your hiring process as well?
I think we would have, it is my belief, we would have employees leave because they wouldn't feel safe. I think we would have potential employees not apply because they would feel it'd be an unsafe environment. And I think it would have those unintended consequences, which would be very detrimental to the operation of the facility.
Thank you.
I have a question for you, Commissioner. I want to go beyond the action of using any of the quote tools. A couple of times you talked about training. It isn't all at the academy, I would presume. There's ongoing training, and sometimes the best training is after an incident like this. Could you run through us, let's say one officer or a couple of officers were involved in the use of one of the options that you have as your tools, and including written reports or debriefing or a team meeting, or I'm interested in what the role of the supervisor is. So could you run us the whole gamut of, as an example?
Yes, when there's a use of force, thank you, Senator. When there's a use of force that occurs at Long Creek, we do a level 3 review, which includes all of the report writing, all of the review of all the videos, the supervisors gathering all that information. We include the supervisor that was at the incident. We use the deputy of operations. We have the superintendent involved in that. We have the director of operations here at central office, and we have myself or my designee that does a thorough review, reports, videos, body cams, statements from the residents. We do all of that, collect that information, and then we do the lessons learned. And as was recommended by the CCLP report, we do an after action review, which includes not only what occurred at the event, but we also go back 72 hours to see what led to that event. What were the causation factors? Were there opportunities there to de-escalate, to bring clinical supports, to provide, maybe bring family in and try to identify those problems early on, much prior to the critical incident, and we learn from that. And so those are captured. We have a policy where we do lessons learned, and we take those lessons learned and we modify our practices, our policies, and so we can do better. We have an environment of continuous improvement where we try to improve the work that we're doing.
Good. Thank you. Thank you for that. No other questions. I do see Representative Wernicke's hair is still there, but her body is not there. So I think that's an old hand. Okay. I don't see, let me see. Oh, Lisa, thank you. Commissioner Liberty. I then will ask Lisa Savage. This is still in the testimony in opposition of the bill. So Ms. Savage, our clerk will bring you in. Thank you. Eva, okay, thank you. I don't know if Ms. Savage left or if she's coming in transit. There she is, good. Welcome, Ms. Savage. You are here to speak in opposition of this bill, I presume?
Thank you, Senator Dochambeau. I accidentally raised my hand. I wanted to speak neither in favor nor in opposition. and I
Okay.
believe you.
Then stay right there because I think you are next. Do I see anyone else who wishes to speak in opposition before I move on? I see none, and so therefore, Ms. Savage, we will listen to your statement, please.
Thank you so much to honorable members of the committee for giving me an opportunity to share my thoughts. I recently retired from teaching school in Central Maine for 25 years, and I thought that some perspective on working with children who have experienced adverse childhood experiences and have significant trauma in an educational setting might be useful to the committee as you consider how to proceed on this bill. I've worked with students from ages K through 12 over the course of my career, and I have seen many staff members deal with out of control behaviors that are potentially dangerous to people as well as property, although I'll admit to you that the danger to property does not concern me very much in this kind of situation. As we know, the prevalence of adverse childhood experiences predispose youth to respond to stress with behaviors that most of us would consider inappropriate, maladaptive, even dangerous to themselves, and certainly not very designed to get the outcome that youth might want from the situation. Trauma is a real psychological experience, and PTSD is a condition that shockingly many children of a fairly young age in Maine are suffering from, even before they ever become juvenile offenders and fall into the criminal justice system. I will not, raise your hair on end telling some of the tales that I personally know of, but what I would like to testify about is my observations of watching staff, usually special ed staff, highly trained to deal with children's behaviors, and also administrators to interact with a child that is freaking out of control, and a danger to herself, himself, themselves, and others around them. What I have noticed is that the amount of training that staff member has received isn't usually a big determining factor on how things proceed. I think that there is a type of personality that does poorly in these situations. They tend to become angry, and I'm talking about staff members here. They tend to feel that punishment is in order, and despite what they might say, they are not operating in the spirit of de-escalation, of taking the point of view of the traumatized youth and building on the relationship with that youth that we all know from copious research is absolutely fundamental to helping that youth regain control of their own behavior and feel safe enough to calm down. So I do think that keeping Long Creek open is a bad idea. For years, we've seen violations and further traumatizing of youth offenders, and then we're always heard we're hearing, oh, but things are going to change. But I haven't in my lifetime seen that change. But I do think that the type of interventions that I have seen work successfully with full-grown, very angry and upset youth in a school setting, I have noticed that there are just some people that really can do this kind of work. And it isn't all of us. All of us aren't cut out for it, but it's a huge difference when you are observing people that are cut out for this kind of work and aren't cut out for this kind of work. I don't think there's any guarantee that you're always going to be able to hire staff that are cut out for this kind of work. And I think community-based treatment and care for youthful people, youth that have been traumatized and whose behaviors have brought them into the system is the way to go. So thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Savage. Anyone have questions for Lisa Savage? I see Senator Seaway, followed by Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for coming, Lisa Savage. I was in law enforcement, and many times I'd get a call to some facilities that had individuals that were dangerous, and I'd have to go to the calls and take care of those situations. And even in the facilities that you're talking about, there are times when you have to use some use of force. It's not all just talking down. And I don't know where these individuals you're talking about in Long Creek, that you could put them in a facility setting like you're talking without putting it in a more dangerous situation. How does that work?
Well, thank you for the question, Senator Sear. I think the point that I'm trying to make is by further traumatizing youth offender who is already suffering from trauma and adverse childhood experiences is not solving the problem. That exacerbates the problem rather than taking a step in the direction of a solution.
Thank you.
Representative Warwick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Savage, for being here. It's so nice to hear from somebody that's actually trained in dealing with juveniles. As we know, we don't have juvenile training at the Maine Justice Academy. The staff that are at Long Creek, they were, if you are a correction staff, you've been trained in adult corrections at the academy. We heard from the sheriffs who also hadn't read the reports. So it's nice to hear from somebody who actually has been in education for a very long time and is trained around dealing with youth. I also am trained as an educator and a social worker. I've been on the front lines in multiple different facilities, in different places, in different experiences. I've de-escalated many, many, many situations. I have never in my life used force. I've been in many schools where force is not allowed. So would you say, and I think what I heard you say, and I just want to make sure I heard you say it I properly heard, that really it's about training. And really it's about, if you're trained to deal with youth and you have the skills, it is possible. And it happens all the time in our schools. We forget that kids are kids are kids are kids are kids. I remember a lot of experiences in my own school when I was young. And I think probably all of us have those experiences. That it is very possible with the proper training to de-escalate youth that are having a mental health crisis without using force, without grabbing them in prone restraints, without spraying them with pepper spray. Would you say that that's your experience?
Thank you, Representative Warren, for that comment and question. I did say that. I think I also probably didn't use the word patience. I think I also said I've seen people with a lot of training who still weren't very good at de-escalating situations. I think they lacked that kind of patience. It's very, very challenging to work with children that have been already traumatized or youth that have already been traumatized. It's very challenging, and they're triggered by things that we don't realize and see. Not everyone is equipped to be good at that work. Certainly a great deal of training is foundational to being good at that kind of work. And again, I would return to the point, further traumatizing these youth benefits no one. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Savage.
Representative Pickett.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Savage. I've been sitting here thinking about your testimony, and then I come up with this question. I would first preface it with a statement. I have 5 different individuals that attend our church that deal with special needs, special ed children every day in our school systems. And I hear what you're saying about that particular group of people and those particular people that work with them. We also in our church, we have 3 special needs children that come to our church. And these people also are part of a Sunday school program, and they teach these same children there. They're very good with them. They know what to do. They know how to deal with them. And I say that to say this, that they're very skilled at what they do, but yet each of them have told me that they have students every now and then that they do everything they can. And these people are patient, they're kind, they're loving toward these children. And they still oftentimes come home with black and blue and injuries and stuff from trying to deal with these children. And the reason I say that is because we're not just talking with children when we're talking about this bill. We're talking about younger people that are in a facility, but we're also talking about mid-teens and sometimes as much as 19, 20-year-olds. So we have the whole gambit of people. And my question to you, in a situation like that, when a special ed teacher is dealing with some child like that, and the only way they can keep them from hurting themselves is to hold them, not to restrain them, but in a way that they can just hold them, and many times take injury to themselves. Have you experienced that before? And does that mean that that particular teacher is not somebody who cares about those students? I just want to make sure that we know that there are, and I believe I want to find out if you agree that there are some people that try very hard to do these kind of things, but there's just no way to do it because the child is so completely out of control at the time, and they're in danger of hurting themselves or someone else.
Thank you for the question, Representative Pickett. I guess, I've only had limited experiences. I taught in 2 different school districts, but several different buildings and different age levels. I think, again, I would return to, it seemed to me that, I wouldn't want to use the word magic, but some people just have an approach to this work that is extremely skilled, and it's kind of remarkable to observe it, because the very same situation, if it occurs in another part of the building or with some other staff present, goes south quickly. Whereas if these particular individuals are extremely good at forming a relationship with a traumatized youth and having that relationship in place as they deal with behaviors that are dangerous is remarkable. It has a remarkable effect on the outcome of the situation. Thank you.
Follow up, Madam Chair.
Go right ahead.
So then, I don't know if you had the opportunity to listen to the commissioner's testimony, but my question to you would be, so then where we hear that the communication, building relationships, the time spent with the juveniles and stuff in our facilities and stuff is very key in what they're doing in the facility to try to be able to de-escalate these by communication rather than going to other things. Would you say that that's a very big step in the right direction?
Thank you, Representative Pickett. I don't believe that a criminal justice setting, in other words, incarceration, is the correct setting in which to help traumatized youth. I guess that's where I'm coming from. I'm not surprised that there are often violent outcomes and outcomes that you know, everyone involved says we didn't want that and we didn't want to do that. It's not the right setting to help severely traumatized. I mean, these are youth that have been abused in various ways or neglected in various ways from very, very early age often. I don't think a jail-like setting is ever going to be a place where they will be able to get better. Thank you.
And thank you very much for being here, Ms. Savage, but we can't lose fact of the sight that some of these children that we call children in these facilities have actually taken the life of other people too. So we have to keep that in mind as well. Thank you.
Ms. Savage, if you're still there, I applaud your courage. And you can see that the members are very happy to have someone, as stated, I believe, by Representative Warren, someone who has seen those kinds of behaviors. There was something you stated, and then I heard you say something different. The first one I wrote down that you made a statement that Long Creek is not the place, and I think you specified because of the trauma and the PTSD of what some of these children have witnessed and suffered themselves, and that you would put them maybe in the community setting where there would be more training. First of all, we can't lose sight of the fact, or else we'll have to change many other laws before that can occur. The young people who are in a place of, I can't use another term other than incarcerated, because that's the adult term that we use, and we can use it for this one, are there for their criminal behaviors, and for some that ultimately commit a violent crime or a crime. And that requires going before a judge who makes the ultimate decision that Long Creek is the only place at this time. And this is a discussion, Ms. Savage, that this committee has had for the last 4 and beyond years. What is best, closing Long Creek or putting the children in a residential environment? Would you agree that that is a big mountain to climb, in that people in the community don't expect that? They want somewhat retribution, unfortunately, but that's what drives the machine. So I think Representative Newman asked the same question. If not Long Creek, what? And what needs to change? I know that's a big theoretical question, but if you could think about that for a moment and let us or respond.
Sure. Thank you for the question, Senator DeChambeau. A couple of things spring to mind. One of them is the fact that neurologists and brain researchers have told us for years that the parts of the brain that are in charge of impulse control, sort of the executive function part of the brain, don't finish developing in the average person, much less a traumatized person, until they're about 25 years old. So holding someone younger than that accountable in the same way for, what would be perceived in an adult as criminal behavior is developmentally inappropriate. The other thing that springs to mind is other nations, other countries do a much better job of this than the US does. The US tends to take a punitive law enforcement approach to juvenile behaviors that are disturbing and dangerous. So I think studying why this can work in other places would be really key to moving on from our Long Creek era to something more humane and honestly, safer for society in the long run by providing these traumatized youth with a therapeutic setting that works for them, and so that they do have a chance of recovering their ability to regulate their behavior and make the kind of choices that lead them not to be a danger to themselves and others. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Savage, for your comments on that. Thank you. If no other questions of Ms. Savage, I will now call on 3 of the 5 people who's many more hands up. This is neither for nor against. We have done in support and in opposition. And I will now recognize to come into the room, Eva, Peach Beckenhouse, Sky Goslin, and Donkel Bolton. You will be brought in to the room and we will recognize you. I'm going to start with Peach Beckenhouse.
Hey guys, how y'all doing? Getting my testimony up right now. Representative Warren, Senator DeChambeau, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, my name is Peach Mercy Ann Beckenhouse. I'm here to testify neither in support nor against this bill. I am an organizer with Maine Youth Justice who was previously locked up in Long Creek. It feels incredibly important to share my experience and reflections with you today. Prone restraint was the go-to in managing youth who were crying out for help. Guards reacting to aggression with more intense aggression is escalating. You can't fight a problem with a problem. A problem needs to be met with a solution. 90% of the youth in Long Creek have 3 or more mental health diagnoses. 90%. As one person that makes up that statistic, what I needed when I was sent to Long Creek was mental health resources. Instead, I was set to sit alone behind bars and reduced to just a bad kid and a larger group of dangerous youth that need to be controlled. I needed safety and support. I needed to talk to somebody who could hold space for the world of hurt I was experiencing. I needed a professional trained in mental health. I know the Center of Children's Law and Policy made the same suggestion in 2017, and then again in 2021 with the recent report. Long Creek staff knew I had mental health problems when I came in because it was on my report. As soon as I got there, I was already dealing with mental illness. They expected me to explain myself while already in a hard place. When you are struggling, having to explain your mental health over and over again is exhausting, and sometimes it's not even possible. Maine needs to invest in response teams who are professionals in de-escalation, who can be respectful, calm, and grounded enough to support those in crisis. We don't need those professionals inside prisons because prison environments will never, and I said it, never be safe enough for youth to have the space to heal. We could create jobs for these professionals to do the same work in the communities. No one deserves to be locked up in Long Creek. Instead of continuing to invest in a broken system that doesn't work, we must prioritize supporting programs that truly serve our young people and communities. These include investing in mental health counselors, trauma-based clinics, school counselors, treatment programs, and the support of culturally competent case managers in the places where youth live. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I'll answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Peach Beckenhouse?
I have something to say afterward if there's no questions.
No questions. Go right ahead. You have a few.
I've heard a lot of things in this so far, and what I'm upset about is it seems like Liberty has been given the chance over and over again to do the right thing. I'm someone that he didn't meet when he was in control of Long Creek. And I knew it was already going bad before I even knew who he was. So that speaks volumes. And as someone that had prone restraints put on 90% of the time on myself, when all I wanted was someone to talk to and share space to get that frustration off, because there are times I can look like I'm being aggressive in a situation, but I'm venting my frustration. But people can see it as being aggressive, but in my eyes, I'm venting. I'm getting it all out. And sometimes having people that understand that, be able to go in there and have that is a much safer alternative than turning to weapons, because I've been able to de-escalate. I'm pretty good at de-escalating problems. I'm pretty good at it. And so if I have the capability of doing it, then everybody here has the capability of doing it. So we all got to work together here. But I just wanted to say that I've heard a lot of stuff that I wanted to debunk because it wasn't true. As someone who had physical restraints put on, it happens on a daily basis in there. So when Randall Liberty said that that wasn't true, that was a lie, because I still experience the grief and horror from that every day I wake up. And just hearing about it in my position makes me relive all that again.
May I ask you, and you don't have to respond, when you were there and for how long?
I was there from 2012 to about, I think it was 2016, out of a 3-time stay. So I was only there 3 times. But out of the 3 times I was there, prone restraints were used for the go-to. And then they started realizing that talking helps me. So I'm not holding in all of that anger. I'm not holding in all that resentment that is going to go on to someone else who doesn't deserve it, because I know I'm not someone that would hurt somebody to that degree. But there have been times I've been pushed, and I mean pushed to the point where I snap, and I'm a completely different person than anybody's ever seen me. But being open and honest about it and letting people know that, one, I'm not lying about this, and I would never lie about it. And 2, I deal about it every single day. Just goes to prove that, you know, imagine what these youth in the Long Creek are suffering, knowing they don't have what I have. And I'm out here doing this every single day to help these people be able to have a voice in life, feel like they matter. Because when I was locked up in there, from day one, I was told I wasn't going to succeed. I had someone in there tell me, staff, tell me, oh, I get to go home to a nice cozy bed at night and you get this nasty jail cell. He said that to my face. But do I have resentment? A little bit. But I use that as positivity to build for other people who don't have the ability to speak like I did.
Thank you. The reason I asked that, I was a little confused in your statement about the current commissioner.
Yes, the current commissioner that I had at the time was Merrill, Jeffrey Merrill.
Yeah.
So when I said that I have never been in Long Creek when Randall Liberty is running it, that's what I had meant by that. I've never ever been in there with him, and it's appalling because when I was over there, they were doing a lot of the stuff that they're refusing to do. It just took them a little bit of understanding to understand that I was a lot different than all those other kids in there. And that's sometimes all somebody with mental health needs, is just someone to validate them and make them feel like they're worthy, not shot down and made to feel like they have to live off of somebody the rest of their life or something like that, you know?
Yeah. Well, again, thank you. You said a couple of things that resonated for me. It almost took me back when you said, you know, you came in with a mental health concern and experience. And the first thing people do is everyone could be a doctor, a psychologist, a caseworker, ask you about your mental illness. I don't blame you. That is most frustrating. I will correct you a little that Jeff Merrill was the superintendent, not ever the commissioner, but that's okay. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Okay. I'm trying to find out who the next person was. I know Don Kell Bolton, and
I think it was Sky.
Well, it is, but that Sky is still in the attendees list, so we're going to get Don Kell Bolton, because I did say his name. He may have been indisposed at the time. So let's recognize Don Kell. And Eva, would you please bring Sky Goslin and also Katie Whitehead and Michael Cabetta. Thank you.
Senator DeChambeau, I don't know if you don't see them, but there are people above Sky Goslin. There's Ali.
Oh, I'm
Ali.
sorry. I thought I called him. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. All right, let's get going here. Don Kell Bolton, Ali, and Sky Goslin. Thank you.
Good morning, guys. Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. My name is Don Kell Bolton. I'm here to testify neither in support nor against this bill. As someone who has been involved in the youth incarceration system, I believe the use of restraints, chemical sprays, and electroshock devices on juveniles is barbaric. I understand why these practices are put in place for the safety of everyone, but it is a practice that should only be used on adults, not minors put in the care of their government. Instead of using these medieval practices on minors, we should just move to closing Long Creek, because how would you feel if your child was locked up and put away and put through that trauma? And to the people who use these practices, if you're not strong enough to subdue a child safely and choose to use sprays and tasers, you are by all means cowardly. True youth justice gives young people an opportunity to repair the damage they've caused, while also healing from their own. To even begin to try to heal your trauma, you need to be able to meet your basic needs and come out of survival mode. Long Creek is not an environment where young people can heal and reflect on their choices. I see kids I know come out with more trauma than they had before being locked up. The Department of Corrections is not a social service agency and has failed to support our community's most vulnerable and valuable young people. Youth should not be at the hands of the DOC behind locked doors. This bill is not enough to keep our youth safe. Elected officials and system leaders must partner with directly impacted communities to design the full range of support and services to hold youth accountable, promote healing and justice, and ensure communities have the resources to implement their visions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Bolton. Any questions for Mr. Bolton? Thank you for your comments. I now will go to Ali, and I'd like you, Eva, to bring Sky Goslin, Katie Whitehead, please. Oh, there you are. Please give us your testimony.
Thank you so much, Representative Warren, Senator DeChambeau, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. My name is Ali. I'm the Advocacy Director of Maine Youth Justice. Thank you to Representative Lookner for proposing this bill with the intent of keeping youth in Long Creek safe from violence. Maine Youth Justice is here to testify neither for nor against this bill. As a campaign led by young people who have been incarcerated in Long Creek, we know that prone restraints and use of chemical sprays in Long Creek need to be prohibited. We also know that violence and abuse in Long Creek is endemic to prisons that no singular reform can keep young people safe. This bill does not go far enough to protect the safety of security of youth, of young people locked up in Long Creek Youth Development Center. As Disability Rights Maine testified earlier, the reports of prone restraints being used in Long Creek are troubling. While these latest acts of violence against young people are atrocious, from the very beginning of Long Creek has been a source of trauma, physical harm, psychological harm for incarcerated youth. Long Creek has blood on its hands. I view my time incarcerated at Long Creek as a deeply harmful and scarring experience. I saw people around me who were unable to deal with being locked up and locked down into small rooms. We were all under enormous stress from the regimented environment, that the clanging of metal doors and locks. The real need some of us had were not even close to being met by treatment, how those needs and our physical and mental health worsened at Long Creek. Other than extremely distressed youth, most people's interactions with correctional officers, some of whom immaturely taunted and provoked young people, and some others who used rules to set people back. This bill will not change these conditions. Young people might no longer be harmed by prone restraint, but they will continue to be harmed by forced isolation and environment and a lack of mental health resources. The sordid history of youth incarceration in the state of Maine must end, and you can usher in a world where no child in Maine will be locked up and ripped from their families ever again. Maine Youth Justice is calling of the following to be considered in the amendment of this bill. Number one, immediate halt of new detentions into Long Creek. Number two, a plan to close Long Creek, Youth Development Center, repurpose the facility as a community center and supportive housing. This plan should be included a full divestment of Maine Department of Corrections Division of Juvenile Services budget and create a youth justice community reinvestment fund. Number three, direct the Maine DOC to create transitional plans for youth release from custody to ensure that they have a place to live, meet their basic needs, receive immediate and adequate medical care, ensure immediate access to Maine care. We're gonna have these harms continue. The fight is not over, and as long as MDOC is willing to sanction the use of violence against people, young people, we will see more harm, injury, and pain leading up to death. We encourage this committee to amend this bill to divest from Long Creek harmful past and invest into the life-saving measures that youth in Long Creek are in need of. I'm open to any questions.
Yes. Are there questions of Ali? Seeing none, we will proceed. Thank you. Sky Gosselin. And do I have Katie Whitehead and Michael Cabetta? Can you come in, Sky? I will skip Sky for now, and is he coming on? No. And Katie Whitehead. Michael Cabetta's here. We'll start with Michael. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and distinguished members of the committee. Good afternoon. My name is Michael Cabetta, and I'm Policy Counsel for the ACLU of Maine. We are joined today by our coalition partners, Maine Transnet, GLBTQ Advocates and Defenders, Equality Maine, and Maine Prisoner Advocacy Coalition, in urging you to transform this bill into one that would ensure that a plan is created to close Maine's only youth prison. This bill proposes to ban very harmful practices at Long Creek. The Center for Children's Law and Policy, which was paid by the state of Maine to study these practices, published a report, as you all know, which recommended that these practices be banned on page 4 and page 22 of that report. We are sympathetic with the bill sponsor's efforts. However, we believe this bill does not go far enough. As the youth who are incarcerated at Long Creek have shown, the best way to stop these practices for good is to close the prison altogether. The Long Creek prison continues to represent an irresponsible use of state resources, especially when considering the harm that the facility causes young people and staff. 2 years ago, the CCLP itself recommended, quote, removal of all youth from Long Creek, end quote. Last session, the legislature followed this recommendation, and both chambers passed a bill to close Long Creek and redirect funding to community integration services. We implore you to build on your own work and once again recommend the closure of Long Creek. We urge this committee to recommend for passage a bill that would direct the Department of Corrections to create a plan to close Long Creek by a specific date. The plan must include individual transition plans for remaining committed youth and detained youth, a workforce development plan for Long Creek staff developed in coordination with the Department of Labor, a process for establishing a community investment fund, and options for moving juvenile services out of the Department of Corrections to another state agency serving youth. We also recommend that the bill empower your committee to study the selection of an entity to manage and distribute corrections funds to community-based integration services for youth. Recognizing the interrelated nature of our housing and youth justice crises, we urge this committee to require that the Long Creek facility be repurposed for use as a community center with supportive housing. We urge you to require the Department of Corrections to submit a report that includes its findings and recommendations, including suggested legislation to this committee by a specific date. The Department of Corrections has already proven its desire and capacity to produce such a report. On March 7th of last year, it responded to the movement to close Long Creek by publishing a, quote, action plan and presenting it to your committee. We urge you to turn this bill into one that would give the department an opportunity to build on its own work. There are currently around 30 youth incarcerated at Long Creek. There are more than 100 staff members keeping Long Creek open. Our state spends over $10 million a year to keep the system going. in order to adequately fund community solutions to children's needs, we asked this committee to close Long Creek and repurpose the funds used there for services that are healing rather than traumatizing. This bill, although clearly well-intentioned, does not go far enough. We ask that you build upon your own work from last session by transforming this bill into one that would close the Long Creek Youth Prison. Thank you all very much for your time and attention, and I'm happy to try to answer questions.
I will ask, let me see, I gotta go from one end to the other. I think Representative Warren is first.
Madam Chair. Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Cabetta, for being here. I'm really glad that you brought up that point, because one of the things that I've been thinking about, and I want to see if you agree with it, is although we as a committee, and I know you've also been working as a colleague to all of us for a long time, we seemed for a while that we were heading in the direction of doing what multiple reports have told us to do. If you go back and look at one of the first task forces that were formed around juvenile services, the former Chief Justice Lee Softly said then, we have to close youth prisons in Maine. At that point, there were 2. We got down to 1. And when we first started the Juvenile Justice Task Force a few years ago, bipartisan commission, task force, I guess it was called, you know, it sort of seemed like we were moving in the direction of all of what these reports were saying. Unfortunately, and I wonder if you agree, we're now moving in the absolute opposite direction. Now, in addition to the Mills administration wanting to keep Long Creek open, they're proposing to build these other facilities or repurpose these other facilities. And so, although it seemed, and all of the research and the state of Maine has spent a lot of money on reports. I mean, not just $36 million every biennial budget, but that the sheer number of reports that we've commissioned and refused to follow. I don't know why people that say they are really concerned about taxpayer money aren't concerned about it, but it seems like, I mean, now the direction we're moving in, we're actually investing in more prison beds for youth. Am I right in saying that is the current direction it seems like this administration is heading in?
Point of order.
Whose
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Yes, your point of order.
Yes, I certainly respect Representative Warren, but I think we need to be reminded that we're on this bill, not a bill to close Long Creek. And we need to stay on the topic at hand, I believe. So I think we should get back on track. That's my opinion. Thank you.
I'll just state that everything I just talked about was in response to Michael Cabetta's testimony. I know my question was long, but I'll ask my good colleague to remember that sometimes his questions tend to be a little long as well. So, thank you, Representative.
Yeah, but I would just respond to that, since you asked me that, is that I agree. You were responding to Mr. Cabetta's testimony, but his testimony was about closing Long Creek, not about these, what we're talking about. That was part of it. So thank you.
Representative Warren, Senator DeChambeau, may I respond?
I think I am responding right now. If I may, I was muted myself. Before Representative Pickett just spoke, I questioned that also. I let you go on, Mr. Cabetta, but we since had a couple of previous speakers who focused more on detailing what best to do and not really with this bill. If it was another bill that had that specifically, of course, it's appropriate. But I do respect your testimony, Mr. Cabetta. You do that very well. And so I disagree with Representative Water to keep going on that vein. But since I let you finish your testimony, I will recognize Ms. Warren. So let me just ask you, Mr. Cabetta, since I interrupted you, you wanted to respond. We had Ms. Warren make comments first and then Pickett, but I will ask you who you're responding to, please.
I think I would like to respond to both Representatives Warren and Pickett, because though their perspectives don't entirely align, I think they are complementary. So if you let me, I would be happy to respond.
Go ahead.
So if a roof is leaky, or you keep falling through your floor and someone tells you just patch up your roof, and then another engineer comes and says you need to tear down the house and rebuild, I think that both are principled responses to how to solve the problem. The way we see our testimony is that it tries to solve the same problem this bill tries to solve. But we think that the best way to solve the same problem that this bill tries to solve is to take a more comprehensive approach and to transform the way we respond to youth trauma, the way we respond to youth mental health in the state. And so I do understand where Representative Pickett is coming from. My testimony was more about closure than about prone restraints, supine restraints, pepper spray, electric shock implements. But I do think that the Representative Luckner's desire to end those things can only really be achieved through a more comprehensive solution than the solution proposed in this bill.
And in consideration, and you explained that quite well, but I will not continue listening to something other than what is before us. It's more appropriately in another kind of bill, but you spoke well, thank you. Representative Warren, I apologize for the interruption, but please continue.
I'm considering having us call for a break, but I will let us go forward. But I think we have to discuss if we're going to be policing what folks are talking about, we're going to need to be doing it fairly. So I won't call for a break right now, but I don't have any more questions to ask for right now, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I think I have Senator Seaway followed by Sky, and followed by Pickett. But this Sky Gosselin wanted to testify, so I'm going to skip him. Excuse me, he's an attendee. So Senator Seaway followed by Senator Pickett. So Senator Seaway, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Cabetta.
Good afternoon, Senator.
I hear what you're saying. But at the same token, and I mentioned it to Chief Justice Stanhill yesterday, that many of these testimonies we hear do not include trauma to the victims and to protecting them as well. And so there's a reason why they're there where they are. And we've gone from 300 to 27 in that facility. And we have to look at how we can protect the individuals as well as the staff, and also keep it them from harm. So I think what the commissioner and tell me if I'm wrong, but I think the commissioner is what he's saying is that it's not used unless they really have to. And I know I've had to go to calls, not just to, I worked in the jail, but I also, as a deputy sheriff on the road, had to go to some of the facilities around the communities where they're there for mental health or for other reasons, and they get out of control at schools, and they can be violent as well, and we still have to use.
Fairway, could you be more pointed to a question that he can respond?
Yeah,
Thank you.
I'm just trying to say, how does it work when you don't bring up the victims and protecting them, and you go by the individual, but you're not talking about the outskirt part of it?
Thank you, Senator Searway, for that question. And I'd first like to say thank you for mentioning Chief Justice Softly earlier, Representative Warren. I'm in Maine because she gave me a job. But to respond to your question, Senator Searway, about victims' rights and about the community that these youth who are incarcerated come from, we think that the best way to prevent further victimization is healing. The line between victim and perpetrator is often very porous, but especially when we're dealing with youth. And what happens when these very harmful methods are used in prisons is the complex trauma and the mental illnesses that often drive the violence and misbehavior that's criminalized, that gets compounded. And the likelihood of future victimization of more people goes up. So we think that if we do truly as a state care about victims' rights, want to reduce the number of victims that exist in Maine, what we have to do is focus on healing rather than focus exclusively on punishment. And a lot of what happens, not all that happens, but a lot of that happens in Long Creek, unfortunately takes on the character of punishment. And my final point is we care deeply about the staff at Long Creek. Our compassion extends not just to the youth incarcerated there, but also to the staff. We think that it's an environment that's traumatizing, not just to the youth, but also to the staff. And so that's why in our testimony, we included arguments about how the staff can best be kept safe.
Thank you.
And thank you very much. Senator.
All set, Senator Searway. I will move on to Representative Lookner.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Cabetta, or I guess I should call you Commissioner Cabetta, Portland Charter Commission. So I think it is germane to the topic. I introduced this bill before cloture and before I had a chance to look at the CCLP report that came out. And it was, I actually wanted to change the name of the bill to an act to implement the recommendations of the 2021 report from the Children's Center for Law and Policy. There was a lot in that report. There was a lot in the previous report that we passed or bill that we passed last session. That was an act to implement the recommendations of the Juvenile Justice Task Force. I'm wondering, there was a lot in the CCLP report that we just had in previous CCLP reports in that JJAG task force that was convened. So in your mind, what's left from those previous reports and those previous recommendations that we as a state haven't implemented yet, that, we keep commissioning these reports in these task forces, and yet, here we are. So, just from your perspective, what do we have to do to to implement those things? What's left over from those previous reports that we really need to get done?
Thanks for that great question, Representative Luckner. We've included citations to all of the previous CCLP reports in our written testimony we submitted. And the most important is a recommendation from years ago that was achieve removal of all use from Long Creek. And I do think the Department of Corrections has made significant progress in doing that. There's not much left to go. A couple of years ago, there were over 100 youth there. Now they're around 30. And so that's a commendable reduction. But the rest of the road needs to be traveled and finished. And we do think that this committee has the power and responsibility to play a crucial oversight role in helping the department complete the rest of the journey. And then one other recommendation was to strengthen community-based services so that there is a place for youth with significant mental health challenges to go.
Thank you for that response. And I guess just to follow up quickly, if I may, Madam Chair. So
question.
Yeah, just so you're saying like the removal of all youth from Long Creek is sort of like where we need to be heading. And I guess, what do you think those obstacles are? Why can't we get there? What's the big holdup?
Madam Chair.
Yeah, I think
have a
we're
point of order again.
Yes. I think we're going in theory and almost soliciting this. These are all bills. We've had many different bills on Long Creek. Please let us settle. If we start a discussion now, it is not pertaining to the wording of the act. There may be others that might want to speak specifically on what you've asked, but
Okay.
We've been at this since 10:30ish.
Madam Chair.
So I'd like to continue.
Madam Chair, it seems we have some disagreement as to what is germane to the bill. My reading of a bill about, excuse me, Madam, may I finish? Just, do I get to have a sentence?
Go right ahead.
Thank you. It seems to me that we have a disagreement even amongst us as to what's germane to a bill that's completely about Long Creek. This is a bill about Long Creek. There's no other facility that we're talking about. So for people to talk about Long Creek, while you may disagree with what they're saying, it is testimony that's germane to the bill. If we think back to other examples, we don't regulate this tightly how people testify on a bill. But here's the process that the legislature uses. If the chairs disagree on what is germane to a bill, the committee takes a break and they bring in the Secretary of the Senate and the Clerk of the House to make a determination of what is germane to the bill. I believe that a bill focused on Long Creek should allow testimony focused on Long Creek. If you disagree, we can call in the clerk and the Senate Secretary and get an official ruling.
Oh, Representative Warren, I totally disagree, and I will proceed. This is like saying if we're talking about firearms in a police department, the whole police department is up for grabs. I will continue, and I will recognize Representative
I'd like to call for a
Morales.
break. I'd like to call for a break, Senator DeChambeau.
Is anybody in opposition to that break? We'll have, you may have a break. How do you wish to proceed? Is this a lunch break? Do you want
The
to
same way we
continue?
usually do when anyone asks for a break, we take a 5-minute break and I will give you a call. When
Let's make
we
it 15.
take-
Let's make it 15 so we can set up a Zoom meeting because I have to have a Zoom meeting set up. We'll try to get back in 10.
Okay, we shall have a break. It is 12 50. We shall return at 1:05. Thank you.
Shelley, please set up a Zoom. Thank you.
Okay, sorry about that again. My computer was going in and out, so finally got in. Is everybody back? Just about, thank you. To the public, what we just had was a point of order, then we had a break, we have a caucus, and I will begin by telling you, my viewpoint is I think there was a little bit of miscommunication. We've come to some resolve. The point of order was in the line of questioning. I may have made a statement, I believe I did, that in the future, the other 4 or 5 who wish to speak, that they speak to, it sounded like it was not intended. And sometimes we have to figure that out. That I was not limiting the testimony of the others. However, I caution all of them to speak to the motion, to the specific bill. So I would ask you to please respect that, and but I won't cut your testimony. So we will proceed again, and Representative Warren, do you wish to ask a question before I move on to others, please?
No, but thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Lookner was in the middle of asking his questions.
Okay,
but thank you.
Yeah, you're right. Yes, Representative Pickett, well, if
Yes,
it's in response to what I just said, go right ahead.
Yes, Madam Chair. And one other point as well. I believe, if I'm correct, Representative Lookner is the sponsor of the bill. And I think if you look in the rules, it says a committee member who is the primary sponsor of a legislative document, and any member who testifies for or against the legislative document ordinarily should refrain from questioning other witnesses. And the reason I say that is I made that mistake the other day, and I made it very clear that I had messed up on that. But I think we really got to pay attention to that in the future. And I really think that now that we know that, we should be following that through the rest of the day. Thank you.
Correct, thank you. And Representative Lookner also asked questions, I believe, of Commissioner Liberty. However, I did the same thing, Representative Lookner, in my own bill, and completely escaped me that it was inappropriate. So I don't, and please, I welcome a point of order if I do that again. So, and I think you did too, Representative Pickett. But I'd like to continue with.
I'm not clear though on the point of order. So are you saying that the line of questioning that was going on is okay or not okay? I'm not clear on that, what your statement was.
Well, part of the discussion was with Representative Warren specifically, and the rest of the committee agreed that they would be pertaining to the question.
To the question of the bill itself.
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. If I misspoke, Representative Warren, please. But they will be mindful.
The reason I called the point of order is that it sounded to me like the chair was ruling that we were going to limit testimony. I needed to take a break to hear if we were going to be limiting testimony. It was a miscommunication. She was responding to a point of order about my questioning, and she was absolutely correct. I need to reel in my questioning. I don't know about anybody else, but it's been a long week and I'm exhausted. And I gave a really long question, and she was correct in calling me out on it. But I heard that I thought I heard her say she was going to limit people that are here from the public testify. And that's why I called for a break. I misunderstood. And what she's saying is that her ruling was on my questioning. She was correct. I will be better about my questioning. But people are here to testify on a bill, and we're going to hear testimony from people on the bill. Did that help?
And just so I understand then, So moving forward, I understand what you're saying clearly. And just moving on, the people that are coming in to testify, as long as they're testifying on what is germane to the issue, there's not going to be a problem. If we get off into the weeds, then there'll be another point of order. Thank you.
I will let them give their testimony, Representative Pickett, and I will rule on whether it's too far outside that realm. Representative Lookner, you had already made a question at that point. I don't know, and it was my mistake to recognize you, but you have one follow-up question to Mike Cabetta.
Well, yeah, I just want to say, Madam Chair, thank you, and around this discussion that, you know, I do appreciate the good representative's point that, you know, the sponsor shouldn't be making questions or asking questions of witnesses. So I don't want to, you know, get out of line with the rules. Right. But one of the, you know, I did just want to clarify that this bill is about preventing prone restraints in Long Creek if people, you know, and other techniques in youth and DOC's facilities. That's right in the bill title. If people think there's a better way to go about that, and their view is, you know, sort of a bigger picture approach, then I think that's totally germane. That's why I was asking those questions. So that's my point, but I won't ask any further questions.
Yep. 3 of us made that mistake this week. Okay, so let's call each other a little point of order, or just text each other, and especially the chair, if I made that mistake to recognize. In that regard, Representative Warren made the mistake to recognize me, so we'll do it. All right, Mr. Cabetta, thank you for sitting there. I've got Representative Morales.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Attorney Cabetta. I think you probably heard Commissioner Liberty testify that in order to run a youth facility like Long Creek and to keep his staff safe, he needs to have prone restraints, chemical restraints, electro style restraints and techniques. Do you have a response to that?
Yes, Representative Morales, thank you for that question. So I think an answer to that question is available in a close reading of the CCLP's most recent report. I'll echo the sentiment that the state of Maine has spent hundreds of thousands, maybe over $1 million, on the Center for Children's Law and Policy. And they've done valuable work in helping us understand what happens at Long Creek and why it happens and how it can be prevented. So one of the findings of that report was that group punishment was taking place there. And another finding was that there were extreme levels of boredom there. That was the very first finding. And this is the quotation: boredom has been one of the main reasons behind much of acting out behavior by youth at Long Creek. Another finding that is related to this question is that the Department of Corrections should revise the behavior this is finding number 6 on page 3 of the report. So the DOC should revise the behavior management level system and the grievance system. This is finding number 8 from the same page, page 3. Mental health clinicians should be directly involved in conflict situations. There are other tools available, but we believe that the best tool is community-based housing alternatives to one warehouse for all youth who are adjudicated or detained awaiting adjudication. And there are places around the country that have done that. New York has done that. I think Vincent Schiraldi came and testified here a couple of years ago about how small facilities, no more than 4 youth there, makes it less likely that youth misbehavior will happen. And so I do not think that the Center for Children's Law and Policy would have recommended that these harmful practices end if it was practically impossible to end them. And finally, I'll just say that the youth in Maine are fundamentally no different from the youth elsewhere in the country and elsewhere throughout the world. And other places do this better.
Thank you.
Anyone else have a question for Mr. Cabetta? Thank you, Mr. Cabetta.
Thank you, Senator.
Of the attendees, I think the people that were there, I have Claire Hubbard, followed by Dean Stefferi. I should be able to say that name. And Jan Collins. Excuse me. Yes, the first one, and I didn't see it. I thought you had left Sky. So we're going to begin with Sky Goslin, followed by Claire Hubbard. Sky, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Great. Go right ahead with your testimony, please.
Hi, my name is Aiden. I'm reading my colleague's testimony, who was hoping to be here with you today. She's unable to be here. She's dealing with a family emergency, so I'll be reading her testimony today. Representative Warren, Senator DeChambeau, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. My name is Sky Goslin, and I'm a community organizer with Maine Youth Justice. I am 23 years old and a resident of Biddeford, Maine. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. Maine Youth Justice is a nonpartisan campaign fighting to end youth incarceration in Maine and invest in a range of community-based supports that respond to young people's needs. Support families and build community. We are a campaign led by young people who have been incarcerated in Long Creek and directly impacted by the juvenile justice system. We are calling for the closure of Long Creek Youth Development Center, the end of youth incarceration, and the reinvestment of the operating costs currently being spent to lock up Maine's youth into community programs. I'm here to testify neither for nor against this bill. We recognize the intent of this bill and urgency to keep youth in Long Creek safe and ask this committee to create an amendment to this bill that would truly keep youth locked up in Long Creek safe. We need a plan to close Long Creek, divest from the Maine Department of Corrections Division of Juvenile Services budget and reinvest those funds into community support for young people. When I was in Long Creek, I witnessed myself and peers navigate deadly, dangerous conditions, from forced isolation to a lack of mental health care, to physical and sexual violence to youth by staff. Youth in Long Creek are unsafe, and this needs to change. A 2018 Department of Justice report found that nearly 1 in 10, 9.1%, youth in Long Creek reported sexual victimization while under MDOC's control. Instead of continuing to invest in a broken system that doesn't work, we must prioritize supporting programs that truly serve our young people and communities. Communities and kids thrive when they have access to basic needs like housing, transportation, food, and skill building opportunities, not when they are put behind bars. This includes investing in mental health counselors, trauma-based clinics, school counselors, substance use treatment, and the support of culturally competent case managers in the places where youth live. Shifting resources toward education and job training is the best way to help young people stay on the right path. Community-based programs are the best way to hold youth accountable, address their individual needs, and involve families, mentors, and trusted adults in the process. Long Creek never taught me anything. It stays It says it's a development center, but the only thing it is developing is post-traumatic stress disorder. My relationship with education was harmed when I was arrested at school. Being ripped from my school and community to get sent to Long Creek left trauma around education. 8 years later, I'm healing my relationship with education, not because of Long Creek supporting my growth, but because of my commitment to make sure no young people have to go through the experiences that I did. I encourage this committee to listen to the communities most impacted by the harms of youth incarceration. We have the answers, and it begins with a plan to end the criminalization of youth and investment into care, support, and resources for young people and their families that is led by the community, not the Department of Corrections. Sky Gosselin, Maine Youth Justice. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, the poor young man was placed to read in someone else's testimony, but if you have questions specific to him, seeing none, thank you very much. The next person, it's really difficult to see. Did anyone pick up on it? Did I call someone? Oh, Carol, yes, Claire, I should say. Claire Hubbard, go right ahead.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. My name is Claire Hubbard. I'm founder of Project Free Will, an arts education abolitionist land-back nonprofit in rural Somerset County here in New Portland that helps give a voice to underground artists, activists, and advocates in Maine. We teach music in prison and are part of a greater coalition to help prisoners when they re-enter the community. We see the disparity in resources for inmates once they get out and the irreversible damage caused by Maine's criminal justice system, which sorely needs attention. The tactics of trauma being discussed today, those same tactics currently utilized in controlling inmates at Long Creek, are torturous, dehumanizing, and damage the very foundation of these children's survival. The issue is greater than what the bill is proposing, but since our testimony and the content of our testimony has been, it's been suggested that we should rein it in, I still want to urge all of you representatives, because it does appear to me after listening for the last 2 hours that some of you have already made up your minds. And I think that's unfortunate because the voices of those incarcerated currently at Long Creek and those who were incarcerated and have gotten out and have formed Maine Justice League and Maine Inside Out organizations that help those inside still are incredibly transformative. And the people in these groups and organizations, their voices are the voices you should be listening to. And they are presenting alternatives that can work if they were considered and implemented. So I would recommend that all of us take the time to listen to the voices of those inside, the residents of Long Creek, those children that were incarcerated and are now adults, and hold the missing element of this puzzle. If we are going to bring Long Creek's staff into these work sessions, then we should also speak to those inside. And I think it's a grave mistake to have your mind made up before a bill is presented and before testimony is heard. I think it's also a grave mistake to restrict testimony and restrict conversation on matters that involve Long Creek. There's so much here on the table, and we should open our minds and discuss this as adults. Thank you.
Any questions for Claire? Seeing none, thank you again, Claire. I'm now going to recognize Dean Stetter-Ferry. I know, and I've been a union member for what, 50 years or so? I know who you are, Dean, so go right ahead. Sorry.
That's quite all right. You're not the first person to struggle with that last name. Good afternoon, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and members of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. My name is Dean Staffieri, and I'm the president of the Maine Service Employees Association, Local 1989 of the Service Employees International Union. Maine Service Employees Association represents over 13,000 workers across the state, including workers within the Maine Department of Corrections. We're neither for or against LD 1897. And I want you all to know that I have visited Long Creek dozens of times, going back to 1991. That was the time when the juveniles were in cottages and well prior to the building of Long Creek. We're aware of the Center for Children's Law and Policy report from the November 2021. We acknowledge that work and support efforts for review and its recommendations for state government. Today, we're increasingly concerned about the safety of residents and staff at Long Creek. We've heard directly from staff over the last 2 years that the current pandemic, the ongoing debate at the State House, understaffing, low wages, and general uncertainty relating to juvenile corrections is in the great state of Maine have created a worsening public employee recruitment and retention situation. Looking over data we received from the Department of Corrections, it appears that Long Creek Youth Development Center is operating at a vacancy rate of 23%. These same issues were highlighted for this committee. They were featured in a Portland Press Herald News report dated on December 8th of 2021 titled, Report Says Crushing Boredom, Chronic Staff Shortages Drove Outbursts at Long Creek. And also in another report dated January 20th of 2022, Corrections Chief to tell lawmakers about state's response to report critical of Long Creek. Both of those reports are in my written testimony. We recently asked the department about the number of injuries of staff during the period of March 2021 to the present. In looking at that data, we noticed it appeared that on several dates, multiple workers were injured on the same day, and that most of the injuries resulted in lost work time. The injuries in many cases appear severe just by the descriptions. They're also mirrored by the amount of time that the workers remained out of work. We do not have data on any youth who might have also been injured during these times. In ensuring the safety of the residents and the staff, we can't just take away restraints and chemical agents. We must find ways to make restraints and chemical agents less necessary, including increasing the programming available for the education, recreation, and advancement of those in state's care. We want to see Maine move to a community-based treatment model for young people that's state-run and overseen. At the same time, the members we represent in corrections and outside of corrections continue to see a need for some sort of state-run secure confinement, even if it's temporary. To be sure, we understand those who support this bill and why this discussion is occurring. We watched the department brief the committee on events at Long Creek this last session. We recommend that that type of oversight and reporting continue because our current system of managing youth in crisis and while incarcerated is frankly broken. Our members who work in corrections, child protective, adult protective, and other jobs see it and live it every day. A comprehensive approach is necessary to meet the needs of Maine's youth in the state's care. In addition to access to services they might need, all youth in state's care have a right to, and the state has an obligation to provide them with a solid K through 12 public education. We hope that and just in wrapping up.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, we hope that we can move at some point beyond this discussion and hopefully to not have to continue to have these conversations about these kinds of restraints and chemical agents that we're talking about today. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Very good. I do appreciate MSCA or ASME, anyone coming in to tell us about the employees also. Thank you.
Very welcome.
Any questions of Dean, please? Seeing none. Did you submit your testimony, Dean? So
yes, we did.
Good. All right. Thanks.
You're very welcome.
Okay. And now I have Jan Collins. Jan, if I may, Eva, there's 3 others you could bring in. Ethan Harrison, Brendan McQuaid, and Jeff Medora. Thank you. Excuse me, Jan, but thank you. Thank you. Go right ahead. Oh, are you muted? Because I don't see you muted, but I can't hear you. Can anybody hear her? No. Now you.
And can you hear me now?
Yes, right.
Yes.
Good.
Terrific. Thank you. I'll just take these out. So Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and honorable members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. My name is Jan Collins. I'm Assistant Director of Maine Prisoner Advocacy Coalition, and I thank you for allowing me to speak today. First, I just want to say that I do appreciate that everybody in this room is here because they want to do the right thing. And although we come from different perspectives, we are all here with our hearts trying to do the best thing possible. The reason why I decided to speak today, even though I hadn't signed up originally to speak, is because I am, as many of you know, a veteran teacher. I taught for 26 years in Maine's schools around the state, but my largest period of time was in the Biddeford School District, where I taught for 18 years. And while I was there, of course, as a high school teacher, I had students who went to Long Creek and then came to me, and then sometimes were in my care and then went to Long Creek. I also had students who committed violent crimes while they were in my care. I have had the great pleasure of meeting a student who was sentenced to Maine State Prison for murder, and had the joy of seeing him there creating beautiful art for the last art show. So I know that my students, even when they were violent, had other sides to them, sides that were creative and loving and caring. And they also have families who care deeply about them. 20 years ago, while teaching at Biddeford, I was assaulted by a student. It was a traumatic experience for me, and it was a traumatic experience for all of my students. The only way that it could have been more traumatic is if I had responded in kind. Whenever someone witnesses violence, and this is true for all the children at Long Creek, they are traumatized by it. And sometimes viewing trauma is even worse than being a part of the trauma. Every time that a student is disciplined with violence at Long Creek, it affects every single student who's there. And if you are an educator, you know that students don't learn very well when their brains are on high alert. And that is a lasting effect that doesn't just occur at the time of the incident. One of the things I learned from being someone who was assaulted as a teacher is I was able to attend a hearing for those assaults held by the state. And I found myself surrounded by a sea of teachers who had been assaulted. There was no suggestion on my part or anyone that I knew who has been assaulted as a teacher that we should get mace, that we should do prone restraints, that we should have a stun gun, or that we should be able to carry a gun while we're in school. The reason for that is it sets up a situation where we are in a oppositional role. We are seen as having the power and the authority to harm our students. That should never be the case. We should never have a student fear for their lives or for their safety in our care. When we do that, education stops. As a result, it is very clear to me that any of the use of any of these physical harming tactics should never be used at Long Creek or any other place, whether it be a school or a correctional facility.
Yeah, could you start wrapping up? I think I'd let you go over the 3 minutes. So go right ahead.
It's entirely possible. What I do want to say is that is also true of an institution like Long Creek. It's impossible to meet the goals that Long Creek has made its goals by harming kids, because that is not our goal. Our goal is to make kids better. Thank you.
Thank you, Jan. Any questions? Representative Pickett.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for Jan for being here today. Just have one quick question for you. Having heard what your testimony was and understanding it completely and appreciating it, the question I have for you, if I am a staff at Long Creek and I am in a pod that gets out of control and I have somebody coming at me with a dangerous weapon with all intent to injure me, under what you've had to say, what am I supposed to do? What is a staff person supposed to do at that point? If they can't have some type of those tools, the tools we're talking about today, and they try to escalate by talking, but if that doesn't work, then excuse me for my phone. And that's what happens, at time, not very often, but it does happen. And I think that's the crux of our whole conversation here today, is not having it be a normal occasion, but having it be something available if needed and only if it's needed, and all other de-escalation types of things are used first. And that's the whole crux of this. I just wondered what your thoughts are on that.
So thank you, Representative Pickett. I have heard you and others in this hearing with your deep concern for the people who work in that facility and for the students who are there as well. And I appreciate that. Thank you very much for that concern. I do think that we have relied on last resorts for way too long. And part of that is because of the way we set up the facility as an institution. What I'm hearing people say here, and which I agree with fully, is that situation, the way we have set it up as a prison, is bound to have these sorts of things occur. And that's because it's not set up as a therapeutic environment. What we're asking for is to make the leap that other states have made and other countries have made, to move to a therapeutic environment where this is much, much, much less, and I'm not ever going to say it's never going to happen, because it may. Just like I never expected something like that to happen in my classroom. It may happen. But when you have a situation where you have a therapeutic environment that's in the community, and your whole goal is to work one-on-one with an individual student, those things are way less likely to happen. So we don't have to traumatize the individuals that we're trying to help in doing that. So I know it's a very difficult decision, and I know it is especially difficult to leap into something that we haven't yet imagined in our minds. We must imagine that there is something better. We don't have to create it because it's been created in other places. And we have to take that leap of faith if we are going to move forward and do what we want to do, which is to rehabilitate youth. We have to take a leap of faith and move into an area that we haven't yet imagined.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Senator Serway?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Jan, and I'm sorry to hear what happened to you at the school. I've worked in 16 schools doing DARE, and I have an appreciation for schools. And I had been called to a school one time when a kid had been kicking the principal in the knees. He had double knee surgery, and the kid was kicking him in the knees right after he got back into the school, and took a weapon and was going to stab him with it. They called the police. And that's usually what happens at schools. They call the police, and they don't train the staff of the schools to expect you to take care of those things. And I think the same thing, what they're saying here in Long Creek, is they have to train the staff to take care of situations that get to a certain point. And these individuals that went to Long Creek, from what I understand, is usually because they committed a crime that got them there. And usually it takes quite a bit to get to that point, because a lot of times they put them back in the custody of parents, guardians, different homes, or even in other schools and different areas before they get to that point. But sometimes it gets to the point where you have to have them in an area where it's safe for everybody. And so this is what we're talking about here. And I think that's what I'm concerned about, is the safety of you, like a teacher, and others, to put them back out in the community.
Could you get to a question though, Senator Serway?
Yes. So I was just wondering if you have ever experienced that with other teachers or anything where they had to call the police, and do you think that that's the reason why it's the extra level?
Thank you, Senator Searway. And again, I do appreciate your concern for staffing and for other students, because it is a traumatic experience to be assaulted, and it is a traumatic experience for the students as well. So again, teachers, as you mentioned, teachers are not trained for this. Those of us who teach in a general classroom, I did teach in a special ed classroom for 1 year, but we're not trained for that. And that's why we have therapeutic environments. It is extremely important that those therapeutic environments, as mentioned before, have no more than 4 students in them, and therefore you can't have this kind of mob scene that you saw at Long Creek. And again, Long Creek was in a terrible situation. COVID didn't do anybody any favors. And I think that if we did not have COVID and we had the staffing that we needed, that level of violence would never have occurred. But it's even less likely to occur if we take the steps to make sure that the people in our care are not experiencing violence in our care, are not viewing violence in our care, and have a very intensive therapeutic environment in the community where they can learn how to adjust to the stresses that we all have on a regular basis. But those children don't have the skills yet to deal with in a more functional way. I don't think Long Creek is the answer, and I certainly don't think violence against children is an answer to helping children restrain themselves. And I do appreciate that you care deeply about all of us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Warren, you have a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Collins, for being here. Have you had a chance to read the CCLP report from February 2020?
I just read the findings at the end, so I didn't read the whole thing.
So part of the executive summary, they give a little bit of quantitative data. And I just think it's interesting for us to remember 42% of committed cases, the adjudicated offense was not a crime against a person. A large portion of youth were assessed as low or moderate risk and having low or moderate needs, whether before, during, or after their stay at Long Creek. Again, this is a large portion of the youth. So I think you would agree that while we have a lot of conversation going on about the super predator youth that some people fantasize about us having at Long Creek, the reports that continue to come out from CCLP actually don't paint that picture. Would you agree?
I would agree. And I would agree even so, because as I said, I have met some of my students who have committed violent crimes in their youth and are now serving as adults in prison, that we do a lot of things as youth because our brain development isn't what it hopefully will be at some point. And that even when those things occur, it is not an indication that someone is irredeemable, that they're going to be violent in every situation, that they're somehow a threat to the rest of the community. It's not. Oftentimes the violence that occurs for those small number of people who are there for violent crimes is an anomaly. It's not their usual behavior. The other thing that I want to point out, and I think has been missing from the discussion, is that those who graduate from Long Creek have a 70% recidivism rate. It's higher even than the adult rate. So what that indicates to me is what we're doing is not working. We know that if we instead put children through a restorative justice process, the recidivism rate there is something like 7%. A very, very small percentage of the people who go through a process like that, which is a healing process both for the victim and the person who committed the crime. We have much better rates of being able to adjust to and adapt to the community norms.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none. Again, thank you. I think Ethan Harrison was first, Brendan McQuaid, then Jeff Medor. And so I will recognize Ethan Harrison. Representative Warren, could you cover for me for a little bit?
Yes, sure.
Thank you.
Ethan, are you ready to testify? There you go.
Yeah, am I good to go?
You are. Welcome.
Awesome. To Representative Warren, Senator DeChambeau, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, my name is Ethan Harrison. I'm here to testify neither in support nor against this bill. I am an organizer with Maine Youth Justice and believe Long Creek Youth Development Center is harmful to young people and creates a toxic environment that stifles young people's growth and development. Prison makes it harder for young people to finish school, get jobs in the future, and build positive relationships that will help them become healthy adults, especially if the adults in the prison are using dangerous means of restraint on the youth. If a kid was sent to Long Creek for beating someone up, how is this? Oops. Actually, I'm reading the wrong part, my bad. I'm an organizer in Youth Justice and believe Long Creek Youth Development Center is harmful to young people and creates a toxic environment that stifles young people's growth and development. I was sent to Long Creek for the first time when I was 14 and spent only 5 days there. The second time I ended up in Long Creek when I was 16. I spent 606 days locked up this time. By the time I was released, I was 18. I went into Long Creek as a kid and was considered an adult by the time I was released. Even though I was expected to function as a full adult, I found myself underprepared for adult life. I didn't receive any transitional support, and never learned many life skills while committed, which made the transition plan extremely difficult. From my direct experience, I can confidently recommend that Maine youths need to personalize transition plans when released from custody to ensure their basic needs are met. They need a place to live, support exploring jobs, and immediate access to Maine care, to name a few. We don't need a bill that only bans dangerous excessive force. We need a bill that creates a plan to close Long Creek and reinvest the money into creating resources that I stated above. We need to prevent the use of this harmful institution as a whole. Thank you.
Ethan, thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Next up, I'm sorry, I don't know who's in what order. I'm going to say Jeff Madore, please.
Thank you, guys. Representative Warren and Senator DeChambeau and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. My name is Jeff Madore. I'm here to testify neither in support nor against the bill. I'm a youth organizer for Maine Youth Justice, and I believe we had failed to protect our community's youth and continue to put their health, safety, and futures at risk by imprisoning them at Long Creek. Prison produces harm that stays with young people and makes it harder for them to finish school, keep a job, and a lot of other hardships. I was sent to Long Creek when I was 16 years old and stayed there until I was 19. I believe that no physical harm or mental harm should be put on these kids by anyone. When I was there, I witnessed a lot of unethical and unfair restraints being used by these guards. I don't feel like the staff have really grown up mindset. Some of the staff are even the same age, and this caused unhealthy dynamics. Youth cannot benefit from the necessary programs and services they need to live healthy lives in a prison environment where staff have consistently been proven to put their lives at risk. Community-based programs are the best way to hold youth accountable, address their individual needs, and involve families, mentors, and trusted adults in the process. Instead of being at Long Creek, what I needed was more programming in the community. I needed more alternatives, a program that is more individualized to meet my needs. From my experience, I believe youth deserve more resources and opportunities that don't involve being thrown away and forgotten about. We need a bill that just isn't about banning excessive force, but a bill that provides more programming and one that provides true justice, which doesn't include incarceration. Thank you, guys. Again, sorry, I'm not on camera. I'm in a car, so.
You're fine, Jeff. Any questions for Jeff? Thank you again for your testimony. Next up, I have Brendan McQuaid. Welcome.
Hello, hello, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. My name is Brendan McQuaid. I am an assistant professor of criminology at the University of Southern Maine. While I'm employed at USM for my expertise in criminology and sociology, I'm speaking today in my capacity as a private citizen to make a statement neither for nor against LD 1897. Instead, I urge you to transform this bill into one that would close Maine's only youth prison. While I have followed the debates on Long Creek since I moved to Maine in 2019, I have not commented on these debates because it is outside of my area of research specialization, which concerns policing and surveillance, not juvenile justice or incarceration. However, in the face of this sorry and sordid state of affairs, I feel compelled to join the chorus of voices calling for a renewed push to close Long Creek. Of course, many of you know the reasons to close Long Creek. After all, you brought a bill to close Maine's last youth prison to the governor's desk. But sadly, we find ourselves here again discussing these issues, this time after more scandals and more stories of abuse. This is why I say this is a sorry and sordid state of affairs. We should not be discussing this issue. We know the problems with Long Creek. More importantly, we know that these problems are systemic. Prisons are inherently violent institutions that breed abuse. I may not conduct research on imprisonment or juvenile justice, but I have read many of the classical sociological and criminological studies and taught them at USM and elsewhere. We know from Irving Goffman's 1961 classic, Asylums, that total institutions like prisons are fundamentally dehumanizing. They are designed to strip away the individuality of the people that pass through them. This is accomplished through what Goffman calls people work, by which he means work that approaches people with, quote, somewhat the same characteristics as inanimate objects. Violence and abuse is always imminent in situations of dominance like these, where people are rendered as things. So when Commissioner Liberty says that MDOC cannot run Long Creek without the use of prone restraints, supine restraints, chemical sprays, I agree, because this claim is simply a reflection of the well-established social fact that prisons are inherently violent and dehumanizing institutions. This is why I cannot support this bill. Even if it were to pass, it would not make Long Creek safe, because Long Creek and institutions like it are premised on violent dehumanization and domination. I can understand the allure of reform. The prison is part of our apparent common sense. Surely we can make it work. Yet it's 2022, and we have literally hundreds of years of failed attempts to reform prisons. We have libraries of evidence documenting the persistent problems with violence that always appear in these institutions. You know what to do. Many of you tried to do the right thing the last legislative session. I ask that you act with the same clarity of purpose and strength of conscience. Close Long Creek now. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor McQuaid. Questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. Anyone else here to speak neither for nor against LD 1897? Please raise your hand. Eva, I see one more person, Colby Nathan.
Hello.
Welcome, Colby.
Let me get my thing up here. Greetings, Senator DeChambeau and all representatives here today. My name is Colby Nathan. I'm here speaking on behalf of Project Free Will, which is mostly physically located in New Portland, but whose board members, including myself, are spread across the state. I'm speaking from my home in South Portland. In solidarity with Maine Youth Justice, I would like to testify in neither support nor against Bill LD 1897. I would like to use my voice to amplify the demands of the Maine Youth Justice in order to expand this legislation to include a plan that would be committed to correcting the longtime abuse of Long Creek Youth Development Center and close it for good, and reappropriate that budget for programs that can actually help these residents there. Clearly, the harmful practices of using these violent forms of restraint need to be banned. Keeping people safe is the most important thing, but we are talking about the safety of both the staff and the kids living and learning at Long Creek. Several people who have been through the harmful practices at Long Creek have spoken today and expressed the inadequacy and violence of their care while there. I would like to thank those voices today who have shared the challenges they've lived through while in residence at Long Creek. I have also heard a lot of people speak on behalf of the staff at Long Creek, but I have yet to hear testimony from any actual staff. I also hear a lot from those opposed to this bill asking, what is the alternative? When there seems to be a resistance to think deeper about these issues. Violent solutions aren't solutions, they're only sources of perpetuated trauma. I'm not speaking coming from as educated as a position of some of the people who I've heard speak today, but I just want to amplify those voices and stand with them, that there are programs out there and there are alternatives, that we have to be looking and listening and thinking deeply about it to be actually able to do something about it. I will say, watching all of the representatives of representatives of my state, I see that there is one who is pretty actively absent from the screen when he would benefit the most from opening his mind and heart to the forward-thinking proposals that have been expressed today. So thank you so much for letting me speak.
Thank you for being here, Colby. Are there any questions for Colby? Thank you for providing testimony. So seeing no more testimony neither for nor against LD 1897. I will close the public hearing on LD 1897 and thank the sponsor for bringing the bill forward. And so we have a decision to make as a committee. We keep doing these late lunch times. Senator, what would you like to do? Do you want to keep on going and have people go off camera to have a
No.
quick snack, or what would you like to do?
The next one is, we're not gonna, we have 2 work sessions, do we?
We have Senator Searway's work session next, and then we have a public hearing, which is my bill, and it shouldn't take us very long, depending on how many questions people have.
Yeah, because you wanted to go last, okay, that, because I thought that was a little different there. People, I really think we need at least a 20-minute break to stretch our legs. I just did because I was really cramping up here. So right now I'll vote at 2:35. 2:35. Okay, we'll see you then. Bye-bye.
Perfect, thank you.
When am I muted? Now I want more to. Okay. So we're gonna do fireworks now. The Charlotte wants to be the last. So is Shelley mad? Shelley mad at me? Because she didn't say my name. I said Charlotte's name on the radio. She called me the Senate chair. But someone else said my name was.
I'm here. I could hear you.
Yeah, yeah. And I wonder why I can't get my work done. Okay. We'll wait till make sure we've got everybody. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And Shelley comes back. Who else?
I think we can start because when we started the meeting this morning, we had a quorum and we didn't adjourn.
Oh, okay. All right. The next bill we have is a work session. An act to limit the decibel level of fireworks near working farms. And that is Representative Searway, and I would turn it over to Dan Tadikoff, our policy analyst who wrote the analysis of this bill. There you go, Dan. Am I correct in doing that? It's been a while now.
So this is actually the third work session on this. There was one last year, at the end of which it was carried over. Then we had one this year where it was tabled, and now this is the second work session this year. Senator Searway had me distribute an amendment that he would like to discuss, and I'm happy to walk through that, or he can walk through it. I'll leave it up to him.
Okay. Senator Searway, what would you like to do?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to let you know we did meet with the group that was listed from last year, and there was a lot that they all wanted to do something, and that was an agreement. But and then we had the fireworks people wanted to do one way, and then there was the Forest Service wanted to do another, and then it got a little convoluted. And so they decided that it'd be better if we got more people involved, and also to make sure that everybody was covered to get this taken care of, because they all agreed there is a problem for animals and high-strung, a variety of animals, not just horses, but it could be dogs and whatever. But they wanted to do something because, the fireworks situation was put out there and they passed it, but they really had nothing else that really covered for animals. So they think this is a serious thing to do. So they decided to have a resolve, and And so we kind of all work together and come up with a resolve of who should be in it. And so I can let Dan take it from here if you'd like on the resolve.
Yes, that's
Okay.
all right. Go right
Thank you.
ahead, Dan.
Sure. So I'm I'm going to screen share real quickly.
Thank you.
This was all sent out to you before. This is a resolve to study the impacts of consumer fireworks use. The state fire marshal is directed to convene a stakeholder group to review matters relating to the impacts of consumer fireworks use. There are listed here 9 minimum members of the stakeholder group, which I will not go through in detail because you have all received this amendment a while ago. There's also a number of charges, minimum charges for the stakeholder group to review. As Senator Searway noted, some of that concerns the impacts of fireworks on pets, livestock, and wildlife, and discusses some approaches taken by other jurisdictions and specifically an analysis of the feasibility of implementing a notification system that would alert owners of livestock and other animals of potential nearby fireworks use prior to use. And then it finally directs that on or before January 15th of next year, the state fire marshal submit to this committee a report outlining its findings and recommendations. And then there's authorization for legislation. So this would be a non-legislative study to be run by the state fire marshal with a report back to this committee in the next legislature.
Thank you. Could you go back? You sent that maybe how long ago? I thought I had printed out everything.
I'm not, it was a number of days ago. I sent it out again right
okay.
before we started the work session. Was there something you wanted me to go over specifically?
No, would you just hold off where you are now? I wanted to see who's on that committee. Okay. Yeah, someone from, I was questioning if there was someone there from agriculture, animal welfare, veterinarian, good. Okay, thank you. I was doing that for my benefit. So I will recognize Representative Pickett.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dan, for the explanation of that, as well as the good senator. The only question I have is the study. I think if I heard you correctly, it would be a non-legislative study, so therefore there would be no fiscal note on it, correct?
There would be no, it would not be subject to approval off the legislative study table. Whether or not there's a fiscal note would be something that you would have to talk with the state fire marshal about. Whether or not that office can expect to be able to do the stakeholder group and report within existing resources, or if there'd be an additional appropriation of money required.
So then at this point, we really would not be sure until they actually put the bill forward whether there would be a fiscal note on it or not, correct?
I don't know if someone from the fire marshal's office is here that could answer that question for you, but yes, once you vote on it, it would go to the fiscal office and they would determine the cost.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to hear from the state fire marshal who is here.
Yeah.
Thank
and
you.
Is that Mr. Thomas or
Yes.
Mr. McCarthy? Okay. Mr. Thomas, if you're here. let
Oh,
us know.
sorry. I should let Eva know. Yep, she got it. Okay, I forget that we have a new clerk. Thank you, Eva.
Welcome, Mr. Thomas. Hi there.
Good afternoon.
I did hear Representative Pickett's question about the fiscal note. We have no intention of tying any fiscal note to this on this resolve. I gotta tell you, in our discussions, when we had the group with, that Senator Seaway had convened, everybody agreed that there are issues here that we've got to deal with. And part of my suggestion to make it a resolve was, as we were going forward with the existing legislation as it was at the time, it was going to be a train wreck, period. I mean, we were going to get absolutely nothing accomplished. And part of my drive here is, since we've legalized fireworks in the state of Maine, I have been in front of you every single session since then talking about fireworks. Obviously, there are issues out there that need to be addressed, and in a timely way without rushing to get things done. Find the answers to them, bring them forward, let you evaluate them, let you look at them and contemplate them, and then see if there are changes or modifications that need to be made. So, I mean, part of my drive was just purely selfish, to be honest with you. But I would expect Representative Pickett, we would handle this resolve exactly the same way we did the most recent residential sprinkler incentive study that we did for you, and gave you that report in December or January, just a month ago. So that would be my anticipation.
Okay, yeah. Representative Warren, is that sufficient or what?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Fire Marshal Thomas. I appreciate that. And I just wanted to also make sure, did you have, as part of your stakeholder group, the fireworks sellers? I'm not saying it right. Again, exhausted.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
Dan
yes, we
Pert.
did. Yeah, Dan was there, and Steve Marson.
And they're both in support?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Now oops, I'm sorry. Representative Pickett, do you have another question? Okay, go right ahead.
Yeah, I don't have a question. I have a motion. My motion is ought to pass amended.
Is there a second? Before I call a second, Representative Pickett, can I at least ask one question, a clarification?
That would be part of the discussion. I think that's perfectly okay, but a second, I think before that would be okay as well.
Okay.
I'll second it. I'll second it.
Oh, Dan seconded. Well,
Thank you.
because mine is Mr. Thomas, of the listing, H is an owner of a business that sells fireworks. Is that different than phantom fireworks? I mean, no, that they could be, okay, all right. Yeah, both fireworks owners who testified, I thought, had some questions also and concerns, and I'm glad they're represented. Thank you. If there are no others that wish to clarify what is before us, ready to call for a vote? Oh, Eva, yes, all right. Yeah, this is not new to you. You can do this, right? So you begin with Representative Warren and end with me, and then take any way you want to go after that, okay? So go right ahead.
All right, the motion was ought to pass as amended. Representative Warren.
Yes.
Representative Warren, yes. Representative Morales.
Yes.
Representative Morales, yes. Representative Rickett. Representative Rickett, absent. Representative Sharp, absent. Representative Luckner.
Yes.
Representative Luckner, yes. Representative Pickett.
Yes.
Representative Pickett, yes. Representative Costain. Representative Costain, absent. Representative Rudnicki. Representative Rudnicki absent. Representative Newman.
Yes.
Representative Newman, yes. Representative Fluker.
Yes. All good.
Representative Fluker, yes. Senator Lawrence. Senator Lawrence absent. Senator Searway.
Yes.
Senator Searway, yes. And Senator DeChambeau.
Yes.
Senator Sambo, yes. So it's 5 yes and, or 8 yes and 5 absent.
Okay. No negative, no no's. Okay. Thank you. Well, thank you, Mr. Thomas, for coming into this and a resolve. We could have discussed that a year ago. Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. And the last one today is Representative Warren's bill, and the title is, and that's 1604. The title is an act to reclassify certain offenses under the inland fisheries and wildlife laws and motor vehicle laws and increase the efficiency of the criminal justice system. And we have Ms. Overton back with us. Okay. This is a public hearing, correct? Yeah, all right. All right, oh, there she is. I was looking at this corner, you're in this corner. Okay, Representative Warren, you wish to present your bill?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Eva, if you could just keep an eye out, District Attorney Andrew Robinson will be trying to get in. So I just want to give you that heads up. And thank you, committee. Good afternoon, Senator DeChambeau and esteemed colleagues of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. I am Charlotte Warren, and I am pleased to present LD 1604, an act to reclassify certain offenses under the inland fisheries and wildlife laws and motor vehicle laws and increase the efficiency of the criminal justice system on behalf of the Maine Prosecutors Association. Many of you who were on this committee during the 129th session likely remember that the Maine Prosecutors Association brought this bill forward then. Unfortunately, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, when the legislature adjourned abruptly, their proposal died. Because the issues overwhelming the courts have only been drastically exacerbated by the pandemic, the state's Prosecutors Association has again unanimously asked me to bring forward their proposal. There is representation from the Maine Prosecutors Association here today, and I will yield my time to them to explain the proposal and answer any questions you all have. I will just say further that we did send an amendment out to you last week. There is an amendment to the bill, and it's been posted on the site as well.
I don't see Attorney Andrew Robinson. He's probably meeting with Clark right now. Okay.
Yeah, if it's okay with you all, maybe we could go forward with the proponents, and then when DA Robinson gets here, he could have the opportunity to testify.
Yeah. Will you be calling him in Clark, or do you want to do that?
I'll take care of that on my end, but if anybody had any questions for me, I'd be happy to also answer them.
Okay. Well, those of you who are in the attendee room, we're going to start with those who wish to speak in support of this bill. Please raise your hand and we'll let you in. Great. In the meantime, I can name the first three, Eva. Michael Cabetta, Joanne Batista, and Bruce Scott. It's the same Bruce Scott. Okay. So I'm sorry, Senator Serway, did you have your hand up? I wanted to recognize the attendees first. You had your hand up a minute ago, so that was a mistake. Well,
No, I was going to ask Representative Warren if just a question if she knew it, but I don't know if it's okay. I can ask her, but
yes, go ahead.
okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Warren, did you find out if they make these civil, the ones that they're reducing to civil, how that would be handled? I mean, as far as, is there going to be a workload for the civil part of this piece of it? And how's it handled? Is it going to USAC or VSAC?
So thank you, Senator, for the question. And we've had lots of conversations, as you can imagine, since we've been working on this bill for, I think, 4 years now. And those have included conversations with the judiciary. And yes, these civil offenses will be handled the same way as other civil offenses. So instead of being handled in the criminal court, they'll be handled civilly. And yes, you're right about that.
Okay, I was just wondering if there was an added cost for handling more cases, or in the Violations Bureau.
Okay, that might be a question for the judiciary,
Okay.
and not for me.
Yep, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, the first person I will recognize, and I hope I'm in correct order, Joanne Batista. I thought there was someone before you, but I don't see the name. Okay, go ahead, Joanne.
Great. Well, good afternoon, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. I am Joanne Bautista, Deputy Secretary of State Policy Advisor and a resident of Portland. I am presenting this testimony on behalf of the Secretary of State, Shenna Bellows. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today in support of LD 1604, an act to reclassify certain offenses under the inland fisheries and wildlife laws and motor vehicle laws and increase the efficiency of the criminal justice system. I would like to address Part B of this bill, which amends Title 29A. The Bureau takes no position with regard to Part A, which addresses fish and wildlife laws. As Representative Warren mentioned, a version of this bill was presented during the 129th legislature before its abrupt end to the second regular session. At that time, Representative Warren graciously met with representatives from the Bureau of Motor Vehicles to address concerns we had with the original version. We are very appreciative of the version presented here today, which largely reflects that earlier work. We support the bill's intent to take several low-level offenses under Title 29A and convert the penalty from a Class E crime to a traffic infraction with fines adopted by the Chief Judge of the District Court. We believe this is a reasonable compromise between ensuring motor vehicle laws are upheld while alleviating the life-altering collateral consequences a criminal record carries. Implementation of these changes will not pose a significant risk to the Bureau of Motor Vehicles. This concludes my testimony. I'm happy to answer any questions or get any additional information to the committee ahead of the work session. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions for Joanne Batista? You get the Deputy Secretary of State here, no questions? I'm probably very tired dealing with this, this bill. Senator Seaway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon. I just had a question. I hear that, fisheries and wildlife seemed okay with this on their side, but the motor vehicle, I kind of question on the other side on what exactly, I hear two things that I kind of like is this less burden of proof. But the other side is that some of these, it took a while to get to where they got for it being a crime, and then all of a sudden we're just going to make them violations, several of them. And I'm kind of concerned about motor vehicle violations because sometimes they may kind of go into something else and make a serious case. So what's your thoughts on that? It might be.
Sorry, Senator. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the question. And that was definitely a concern that we had with the original bill. But after lengthy conversations with Representative Warren, we still feel that there are avenues for in other parts of the law to address some of the concerns or that you raised. So it's not like it's giving people a free for all. There are still definitely consequences to these types of actions.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
Anyone else have a question? I'm gonna ask, I'm sorry, I missed part of your testimony, Ms. Batista, but did you say this is found in Title 29A?
Yes, Part B.
Part B, okay.
Addresses sections from the motor vehicle laws, which are under Title 29A.
Okay, good. I don't play with 29A too often, so it's gonna take me just a little moment to. Good, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, I think we can proceed. There'll be other testimony, and I'm not sure. I think it was Bruce Scott. Oh, is it you, Michael, first? Michael Cabetta? Yes, I will recognize Michael Cabetta. Go right ahead.
I would be happy to defer to, this would be Lieutenant Scott.
Yes.
Yeah, I would be happy to defer if he would like to testify.
Okay. So the other Scott. Okay. So Lieutenant, welcome. Nice to see you.
Thank you, Senator DeChambeau. It doesn't matter what order we go in. I'm actually on the same side this time. So I'm here to support this bill. For those of you that don't know me, Senator DeChambeau and Representative Warren, distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. My name is Lieutenant Bruce Scott. I'm the commanding officer of the Maine State Police Traffic Safety Unit, and I'm here today to testify on behalf of the Department of Public Safety and the Maine State Police in support of LD 1604. As you all know, this bill has evolved over the last several years, primarily due to the countless hours that Representative Warren and the multiple stakeholders have invested to reach a consensus. With that being said, I am happy to report that this amendment addresses all of the concerns that the Maine State Police and the Department of Public Safety had with the original bill that started as LD 2043 a few years back. And now, of course, LD 1604. And as it relates to only the traffic safety laws, am I here to testify, and to the most recent amendments. With that being said, we believe that allowing the chief judge to set the fines for these violations while following the predetermined statutorily regulated guidelines, it provides a consistent, fair, and equitable process. This bill allows certain laws in Title 29A to be decriminalized that don't have a safety nexus, and this will help streamline the court processes without compromising traffic safety. This bill strengthens the current laws that provide authority for law enforcement to tow a vehicle when necessary and appropriate to keep traffic moving safely when the operator of a vehicle is charged with one of these newly formed traffic violations. In closing, this bill is a great example of what the cooperation and collaboration of interested parties and stakeholders looks like. For these reasons, we urge you to vote in favor of LD 1604. And on behalf of the Department of Public Safety and the Maine State Police, I thank you for your time and would be happy to try to answer any questions that you might have.
I wish they were all this simple. Jeez. I guess kudos to Representative Warren putting it all together. Senator Stairway, go right ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Lieutenant Scott. How you doing?
Good afternoon.
Great. I just have a question about what's your feeling about doing this action of changing quite a few, crimes and making them into civil offenses. Is this kind of like starting a snowball effect where it's it'll grow bigger later? Or are we just trying to make it so it's feasible to do, right? And keep it, because I just don't want to see it end up growing bigger and bigger and then harming the public in the long run. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do, Senator Seaway, and I thank you for that thoughtfulness. As you know, the Department of Public Safety and the Maine State Police evaluate these bills very carefully, and we look deeply into them and we consult with our stakeholders and interested partners to make sure that we don't believe there'll be unintended consequences that develop. And I know you hear that term all the time, unintended consequences, but that's really the goal of the Department of Public Safety, is to look ahead and to see how, if these laws change, would it affect our enforcement? Would it affect our ability to be able to do our jobs and to maintain law and order? And in this particular case, this was the result of many, many amendments. So there were some concerns, and I totally understand that in the beginning, when we still had several of these laws that were going to be decriminalized, that it could actually jeopardize traffic safety and could possibly grow into other areas. But we negotiated, discussed, collaborated, and really worked hard with Representative Warren, the Maine Prosecutors Association, the Commissioner's Office, and the Governor's Office to make sure that we felt like we would not jeopardize safety, because that is all of our primary concerns. So with these amendments, we removed those areas that were most concerning. So like Section 351, your registrations, that was dealt with LD 644 last year. It's already, it will be effective this July, where it is no longer going to be a criminal violation for the unregistered vehicle. But we hung on to the fact that if it's never been registered in that owner's name, that person who's operating its name, it still is a crime. So it gives us the teeth and the tools as law enforcement for those that are intentionally refusing to register their vehicles. Similarly, with 1251, your driver's licensing, we were able to remove that from the bill because we felt like that still should be a criminal violation. That was stricken. And 1605, which was the failure to provide evidence of insurance after being required to do so by the Secretary of State's office, what you know to be a SR 22, that has been stricken from the bill. So when you remove those are the ones that we felt had the safety nexus. And what's left now are the bills that we do not believe have a safety nexus. And when you add the authorities under 2069 for law enforcement to tow vehicles for traffic infractions, it allows us to remove the vehicles from the road, takes away those concerns that we couldn't stop the behavior. So thank you. I know I might have went on a little bit further, but I felt like my testimony was so short based on the fact that this was an amendment, and I'm only speaking on very few laws now that are being decriminalized in 29A.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could I just have a follow-up question?
Yes, go ahead.
So how's that work on habitual civil violation?
So Senator Seaway, are you talking about the portion of 2412, which is operating after suspension?
Yes.
So the way I read this bill is that it will decriminalize operating after suspension unless it's the result of an OUI or an OUI offense. With that being said, they also would, they took language in 2551, which is your habitual offender revocation, and they removed those prior offenses as well. So how it would affect it is it would never be criminal to operate after suspension unless it involved OUI, if that answers your question.
Well, I knew this one guy that was driving for 15 years without a license. If he just kept getting OASs, he's pretty well off. It's not going to matter much to him. So how's that work? I'm just saying that I'm just concerned about that and registrations. If you continue doing repeat things, that's where I'm concerned about.
Yeah, Senator Searway, we did discuss those very issues, and we wanted to make sure we could deal with dangerous driving behavior. So we separated these out to look at safety nexus and non-safety nexus. And so operating after suspension in and of itself may not be a safety violation. And so we felt like that was an area that we could compromise. That seemed reasonable to help streamline the process and reduce the backlog in the courts and to reduce the number of people being incarcerated. So it really was the result of a compromise, but we still feel as though we can deal with those that are operating after suspensions with fines. So the chief judge will have the opportunity to set the fines, which they have not done yet. They've only set those fines for the civil matters. And then the criminal matters, as you know, have always been set at the court or at the court date. So this will give an opportunity for the chief judge to evaluate, look at the current fines for the OAS traffic infraction, and then maybe elevate those upwards from there. So certainly the fines are going to go up. And we also were given the authority to tow these vehicles, and that becomes very expensive. So I totally understand they can keep driving. It's like speeding. They can keep speeding. We'll keep stopping them. We'll keep giving them tickets. At some point, it becomes too expensive to keep driving and acting in that manner. And they're going to have to stop at some point because they can't afford to keep driving and they can't afford to keep paying to have their vehicle towed and taken out of the impound. So I think it goes along with all the other traffic violations that we have at this point is eventually they will point themselves out. They'll have to deal with this some way, but it's not going to be ending in an arrest unless it's a result of an OUI. But I will assure you, if there's dangerous driving behavior that's going along with this, we'll address it through your other statutes, like driving to endanger. Certainly a valuable one. Criminal speed, certainly a valuable tool for us still. Those still exist, and that's what we would use. I don't know if that helps answer your question, Senator.
Yes. Okay, somewhat. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Okay. Are we all set? We can go to Michael Cabetta now.
Thank you very much, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and distinguished members of the committee. Good afternoon. I'm Michael Cabetta, Policy Counsel for the ACLU of Maine. I'm delivering testimony that has been submitted under my colleague Megan Sway's name on behalf of our members. We are glad to support this bill, which would make some low-level crimes from Title 12 and Title 29A into civil violations or traffic infractions, saving people from unnecessary criminal convictions on their records for minor misbehavior. Our organization has long opposed unnecessary expansion of our state's criminal code. It's been our position that creating new crimes for behavior that's already illegal does not deter bad behavior, but does expand our jail and prison populations. Even with one of the lowest incarceration rates in the United States, our state's incarceration rate is still higher than the incarceration rates of Bahrain, Brazil, the United Arab Emirates, Singapore, Israel, Turkey, Portugal, and the United Kingdom, among many other countries. It's no wonder that we have this relatively high incarceration rate because we have thousands of crimes on the books. There are approximately 1,482 Class E crimes alone across 35 different titles of Maine revised statutes. There are more crimes in each of the titles that this bill addresses, Titles 12 and 29A, than Titles 17 and 17A combined. The ACLU is glad to support this bill, which was written by Maine's prosecutors, in an effort to start to chip away at our over-reliance on the criminal legal system as a mechanism to control people's behavior. The bill addresses Class E crimes almost exclusively, which punish behaviors that the legislature has determined are the least serious offenses. Under this bill, a person would no longer be subject to arrest or 180 days of jail time or fined up to $1,000 for such behaviors as holding trials for beagles and other rabbit hounds outside of the September 1st to April 10th window, or driving on an out-of-state driver's license after living in the state of Maine for more than 90 days. These are common sense reforms that do not jeopardize public safety, but do move away from giving people criminal records and the collateral consequences that criminal records can carry. Even though there are not felonies, Class E misdemeanor convictions can jeopardize a person's housing, employment, and education. With fines of up to $1,000, Class E convictions can mean spending years in a payment arrangement with our courts as folks pay what little extra they have in their monthly budget to the judicial branch. Missed payments on fines when times get tough can mean dire consequences, including arrests and additional court fines. This bill takes a very modest step towards reducing our reliance on the criminal legal system. We encourage the committee to go further and look at the other hundreds of Class E crimes in Title 12 to see if there are other ways in which we can reduce reliance on the criminal legal system. We also encourage the committee to think about whether we can go further by removing some of the Class E crimes and not replacing them with civil violations at all. We are delighted to join the Maine Prosecutors Association, Department of Public Safety, Maine State Police, and Bureau of Motor Vehicles in our support for this bill. We urge you to vote ought to pass, and I would be happy to try to answer questions. Thank you all for your time and attention.
Any questions? Seeing none, thank you. I'm going to address a comment to Representative Warren. I'm looking at the summary of all the Class E's that now violations, and I had to chuckle. I think I've seen every episode of North Maine Woods on all these bills. If anybody watched that as faithfully as I did, illegally placing bear bait with 6 dogs, falconry, training dogs. And it's true. I watch them and I could not believe they were Class C crimes. So here I am in my recliner going, that's stupid. So that's an editorial comment that this is a good bill. They should have been that a long time ago.
Thank you, Senator.
Oh, you like that, don't you, Mr. Robinson? You should call it the North Maine Woods laws. Thank you. I'm going to recognize you. We've been waiting for you, and we're glad to see you. So would you introduce yourself and testify on this bill, please?
Yes, thank you. I'm sorry to keep you waiting. If it helps, I've been here since 11 and then took a quick break. And when I came back, I realized I was labeled Jane Orbiton. So I think it's just a perfect sequence of events to make sure I wasn't here when you needed me. But I would like to thank you for allowing me to be here. I am testifying on behalf of the Maine Prosecutors Association. My name is Andrew Robinson. I am the District Attorney for District 3. The Maine Prosecutors Association is in fact testifying in support of LD 1604. And I would like to thank you, Senator Susan DeChambeau, and Representative Charlotte Warren, as well as all the other honorable members of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety for allowing us to be here. I also want to thank you for granting me the exception and allowing me to have 2 hours to go in depth and look at every aspect of the statute with you as a committee. I know that you enjoy hearing from speakers and making sure that we unearth every question that can be discussed. On the other hand, what I might do is I'll just summarize very quickly what I think has already been eloquently addressed by some of the other folks that have testified, highlight the points that I think are the most significant, and then obviously answer any questions that we can for you today. What I can tell you is the primary purpose of this goal, and one of the things it accomplishes, is that it does decriminalize a lot of what we consider to be public safety-based Class E crimes. You find them in Title 12, which is our hunting laws, and Title 29A, where the motor vehicle laws are, and that it downgrades these offenses from Class E to either civil violations or traffic infractions. The impact is going to be meaningful, I think, one, for the individuals who commit these offenses, as opposed to carrying around the label of being a criminal after having stumbled into these offenses. If somebody wants to take responsibility or they want to exercise the right to have a hearing and they are found to have committed the offenses, they're still not criminals and are not having to contend with all the collateral consequences. Ultimately, they would end up with an adjudication for a civil violation or a traffic infraction. Another meaningful change, which I think you're going to hear a lot about during this session, is that the overcrowded criminal justice system that was already grappling with a lot of issues prior to the pandemic and that is now swamped with a backlog of cases. We're looking for ways to remedy that situation. And although this doesn't help immediately with all the cases that are already in the system, it does convert some very low level, non-public safety based offenses that do sort of create a high volume of cases that go into the criminal justice system. I'm thinking of the OASs and a lot of the other Title 29A cases that come in through as Class E offenses and then trigger all of the requirements and protections that a crime being prosecuted by the state of Maine should. In the alternative, now these cases will be diverted under 29A to the Violations Bureau, where individuals will still be afforded an opportunity for a hearing, but it will go through traffic court. And then the others still come in through the criminal process, but they come in as civil violations and are generally designated a separate day in order to have bench trials in front of the court. This impact will streamline the process for sort of a high volume of cases that have these low level consequences to public safety, but still ensure that we're able to address the conduct. There's still a level of accountability, but it doesn't reach the level of being a crime. Finally, I know you've heard it several times, but how often do you get to see it, for the love of God? You've got the Maine Prosecutors Association, the Department of Public Safety, the Secretary of State's office, MACDIL, and the Maine ACLU all coming in and saying with a common voice, this is a good idea. I think when you reach that point, and we have to acknowledge our champion, Representative Warren, who guided this through, because I will tell you, I think this is the 8th year that we've made this pitch and tried to get this legislation through. And finally, Representative Warren, I think, was able to navigate the last hurdles for us and with us. And so we're here today. So stepping back, thank you for taking the time to look at this. We definitely hope that you vote ought to pass. And I think having all of the stakeholders come together with a common voice saying we think this is a good idea will make it easier to reach that conclusion. If you have any questions, or if I can talk about any facet of the statute with you, I'm happy to do that.
We have two representatives that have questions. One is Representative Pickett, and the other is Representative Newman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would be remiss if I didn't aggravate the good DA from District 3, Mr. Robinson. Good afternoon, sir.
Thank you, Chief. It's good to see you.
I have a question on Part A, number 1, habitual violator defined. And the question I have is, I see the first part that's underlined up top, the change that was made. I have no problem with that, but when I see except that, and then the whenever more than one criminal violation, and then there's some other stuff that is underlined, which says, or more than one civil violation or multiple violations, which at least one is a criminal violation and at least one is a civil violation, are committed at the same time, multiple convictions are deemed to be one offense. So what was the rationale behind that? And Part B, of course, of it was completely taken out. So I'm assuming that took care of Part B and writing it in a new way. And what was the rationale behind that? Because I'm not sure I understand it, and I'm not sure I agree with it.
Well, I think you're going to, when you see how it mirrors what we currently do under the criminal code with prior offenses, we actually built into the criminal code is if you commit offense, and I think it's within 72 hours, those offenses are all deemed to be just one offense. You're not allowed to elevate or enhance a charge if the criminal conduct, the conduct at issue all occurred within I want to say it's 72 hours, but I'll double check for you before we get to the work session. This models that. what this does is it ensures that you don't enhance a charge based on a conduct that occurred within a short duration or a period of time, maybe even would be considered aggregated in its nature or related in some fashion. So that models a mechanism that already exists in the criminal code when we're using prior criminal convictions to enhance a charge. I think that's what they were trying to accomplish here. And they wanted to say, I think you'll like this part of it. Hey, we're not just limiting it to criminal convictions for the enhancement. You can include a civil violation, but they can't have occurred within that period of time, back to back. And if we look at it, yeah, here they're saying at the same time. In the criminal code, they actually give you a range of time. It's like 48 hours or 72 hours.
Follow up.
Does that make sense?
Yes, of course, Mr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if I'm driving down the highway and I'm under suspension and I'm doing criminal speed, phone just has a today it's always make it. Anyways, they're still talking anyways. So here I am driving down the highway, and I'm driving under suspension, and I am driving at a criminal speed, and I have an accident. And the accident I have and everything, I end up being involved in this accident where I have some personal injury in that accident, rather serious accident. And so if those two things, criminal speed and operating under suspension, those would be considered one action. If another, I'm violating my right to drive. Driving right now. If I know I'm suspended, I shouldn't be driving. I have knowledge I shouldn't be driving. So but I'm taking and driving anyways, which happens every day out here on every road in Maine, every road, all the time. I know it, you know it, because I patrolled it, and it's no different than when I patrolled it. It's still happening every day. And I speed down the road, and I am doing criminal speed, which is a criminal violation, an arrestable offense, because you've got to be doing 30 miles an hour or more over the speed limit to be able to do criminal speed. So these are serious offenses, and those are able to be charged and able to be proven after they are charged, convictions. But that's only going to stand as one in a 5-year period. That's only going to, and if I'm reading this law right, that will only end up being one of the violations, because it all happened at the same time. It can only be used as one instance. Is that correct? If I'm understanding this?
Well, two quick points. One, the provision that you're looking at only affects Title 12. So you've done a wonderful job sort of identifying how crimes can be committed sequentially in a short duration of time, but that wouldn't affect Title 29A. This isn't the habitual offender under 29A. It's Title 12.
Okay, so this is not the habitual offender under Title 29A.
That's correct. That's what you're looking at, is the provision for the hunting laws.
So it's a person that is a habitual offender of violating the hunting laws.
That's correct.
Okay, my mistake then. I misread it. Thank you.
But I think you're going to a core question of, why are you allowing for that window and treating as once? And if you go and look at Section 9 of Title 17A, which is where we find our allegations of prior convictions, Section 4 says the convictions of 2 or more prior offenses that were committed within a 3-day period are considered a single conviction for purposes of this section. So I think that's where the precedent comes from. There is already a notion that we don't allow for enhancement of charges if the violations are occurring within a 72-hour period. In this case, it seems to be talking about the single occurrence. So it's a little more open to interpretation.
Well, I see one good thing out of that then, I guess, and that would be it's going to take a lot of the plea bargaining, and lawyers like yourself are going to actually have to go into the courtroom and prove a case.
Well, it'll also, this entire statute will help clear up some of the docket, right? And lower the number of cases that are currently clogging up the criminal justice system and allow us to go in. And as you know, we spend in a great deal of time going into courts, but there's a higher volume of cases than we actually have days to try them. So
That was no slam on, that was no slam on you. That's just talking about the
lawyers. I get it.
system you and I are both very familiar with.
I get it.
Okay, I have Representative Newman, followed by Representative Renecki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Question I've got may be kind of a dumb question because I'm new to all the traffic laws in this committee.
Yeah.
Under section 2104, you've got down attaching a false plate goes from a Class E crime down to a traffic infraction. But under that same section, manufacturing or reproduction of a plate stays a Class D crime. And I see a lot of people driving around to lose a license plate and make their own license plate, stick it on the back of their car. So how come this doesn't reduce down some too?
Yeah, fair question. Here's the thing about the license plates, right? The license plates are used by the state to identify who the owner of the vehicle is or who the vehicle should be associated with. The concern with that specific provision, number 3, is you're doing that outside of the system, so that if you just borrowed a plate from your brother's car, or you took it from an old vehicle that you had and you put it on, that's attaching false plates. But we can track it down. We have a link or a nexus to it because it's a legitimate plate that is linked to a vehicle at some point. We'll know who that owner is, and we can say, hey, owner, how come it's showing up on this other vehicle? When somebody actually manufactures a plate on their own, that there's a risk they're taking themselves out of our system with the ability to identify the registered owners. And to us, this was a point where we had a lot of discussions, and it's sort of a compromise point where it was pointed out to us that that can affect our ability to address somebody doing a hit and run or somebody involved in a significant case and then leaving, and we just don't have an actual valid license plate to start pursuing the trail. And so that's why it was left as a Class E. That was the notion that this conduct is more significant than moving plates from your brother's vehicle to yours, or maybe your own vehicle, but to the wrong vehicle, and just trying to circumvent the registration laws.
Follow up, Madam Chair. So if it's, you're talking about taking a plate from another vehicle you had, but what about the people who just go steal plates on another vehicle somewhere? Isn't that just as serious as manufacturing your own plate?
It can be. I don't know that we're seeing that. I think part of it is sort of, what are we seeing and what are we dealing with? And although I agree, I grant you, if somebody's taking the plates off of a random vehicle and they slap it on their own, what I can tell you is if that plate that's been stolen, we can get to that owner. That owner says, yeah, that was taken off my vehicle at this time, at this point. It usually makes it so we have something to pursue. We can look and see who's in the area or how did those plates get to that vehicle. You are right in sort of, I think, identifying, hey, there's no perfect bright line for any of these distinctions that we're making. We were just looking at, okay, where are we seeing the highest volume? Where do we think the most significant public safety concern exists? And then if it's significant enough, we as a group, and these are discussions we have with the Department of Public Safety primarily on these issues. Okay, then this one stays a crime, where the other ones we can see how people can sort of engage in the behavior, but it doesn't trigger that significant concern, and therefore we asked for it to go down to a civil violation. That was sort of the line, but I think you're identifying there's no perfect, here's where the line should be, and that's the role of policymakers and legislators. But this is what this legislation tried to identify what we thought were the most significant concerns under these specific provisions.
Okay, thank you. I was thinking of more of the manufacture of the plate should be more of a forgery charge versus in the traffic type thing.
Okay,
So
now you're just thinking like a prosecutor. And so when you're ready, come join us, because those are the kind of things we think about too. We're like, all right, is there another statute that already exists that allows us to pursue these matters? And so we don't need these to be, but I take your point.
thank you.
Are you all set? Okay. I've got Representative Wernicke and good, that's it. Representative Wernicke, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Attorney Robinson, I am a used car dealer. And in such, I have actually run into some of these issues in my place of business, in my that I have some concerns about that I wanted to address. Now, Representative Newman addressed a couple of them, and you did as well with the false attachment of plates. Let's start with that one. As a car dealer, we give temporary plates. We were recently informed temporary plates went from 14 days, now we're up to a 30-day temporary plate, which I had concerns with and didn't even know that that was coming down the pike until I got a notification from Dealer Services. But part of the issue is, and what I've dealt with, I've been in this business for 30 years. I've owned my own since 2013. So my concern on this is the attachment of false plates, because when somebody takes a plate off another vehicle, knowing full well they are breaking the law when they do it, to me, just putting a $150 fine on that is not, well, I don't find it acceptable, because if somebody if they buy a car from me and they have to go get it registered, and my vehicles aren't huge as far as the massive registration fees that like a new vehicle would have, but that costs the state money if they attach if they attach a plate to it and they know it's only a $150 fine, instead of paying a $1,000 registration fee this year. If I get caught, but I managed to make it 6 months and I don't have to pay that $1,000 yet to register it, I find that concerning. And as a dealer who I actually do buy here, pay here. So people actually buy a vehicle from me and make payments to me. And if they know they can get away with attaching another plate, I don't have necessarily recourse sometimes to find the vehicle if they have illegally attached a plate and they decide to disappear on me. So from a business perspective, when people realize that they can get away with something for a lot less money, don't you find that that is just opening the door for more violation, for more reasons to commit these crimes?
I certainly respect your concern. I think what we're looking at, though, is, remember, currently, if somebody attaches a false plate and we make it a Class E crime, they're still getting about the same fine you're talking about, $150. And there's no other significant consequence, right? Except the same thing under both circumstances. The officer is able to tow the vehicle under these circumstances. So somebody's got to pay a towing fee to get their vehicle back. The officer issues them a summons. They got to take a day off of work, go to court, have a hearing, which with the court, the judge hearing the evidence, or admit the violation and pay the $150. And then ultimately, as you know, when they go to register the vehicle, it's not like the town or the city says, "Oh, we're going to waive the last 6 months." You have to pay to register the vehicle, and then they don't give you like a credit for the 6 months. You then have to register in another 6 months, right? They look at the amount of time of when it should have been registered, and then require you to stay on that track. So you don't get the benefit of sort of avoiding those responsibilities.
May I follow up, Madam Chair?
Yes, you're getting free legal advice. You know that. Go ahead.
Like I said, I've been in this business a long time. So I actually want to just maybe clarify Because I do know that if you buy a new vehicle or they buy a used vehicle from me, just because the paperwork says one date, unless they don't get the extra 6 months if they're re-registering. But if it's a new registration, it starts when it starts. So if they walk into the town office 6 months
Point of
after.
order, Madam Chair.
Okay.
This is a public hearing and I really feel like we are all of a sudden in a work session and it's almost 4 o'clock on a Friday. I'd like us to get back to the work session. We have other folks to testify.
I would have to agree with you in such a way that this was getting, the example was very involved. So Representative Nowicki, I think DA Robinson is very familiar with your type of work and the issues surrounding that. So if you could pointedly ask him the question, so it's
I have one more question then.
Okay, thank you.
Not around that. I have one more question.
And I will just point out, Representative Rudnick, I will be back for the work session though. And so if you need to finish that conversation, and maybe I can go educate myself a little bit better on the vehicle registration part of it, but we can do that again at some point.
Very good.
Okay, thank you. My other question around this it's under section B13, the possess, revoke, mutilated, fictitious, fraudulent driver's license. I guess my concern is, again, doesn't this just allow for someone to just keep on hand fraudulent driver's license? I actually watched somebody pull out 3 different licenses to hand me one to test drive a car. So I'm just kind of, doesn't that cause isn't that a problem by not making it more of a crime if it's a citation, if they have more than one?
Well, it depends. What I would suggest to you is if it's somebody who's possessing a license, or this will shock you, but we've heard cases of individuals who get a license to try to get into bars when they're too young or something. And so look, those cases, we're good with a civil violation. We think that's appropriate.
Okay.
If it's somebody that secured identification for the purposes of sort of creating a fraudulent, like now I'm thinking of, a larger scale espionage kind of thing. They're creating false to sort of fake the government or dupe law enforcement into who they are. Well, then they submitted paperwork for that. And that actually goes back to, we think there are other charges out there that are much more significant that would address that conduct. And so it allows us to make that distinction, right? If you have, the kids just, trying to get in too early, well, $150, we're squared up on that. The fella who lost his license, requested a new one, then found the old one, seems to have both of them on them, we're good with a civil traffic infraction on that also. The person who is submitting paperwork to the Secretary of State in order to get a false form of identification, we've got a mechanism to go after that case that is outside of 29A. But boy, you are tapping into a long conversation that I've had on a couple of occasions. So you're seeing it, and I think you're asking the right questions.
All right, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Representative Warren.
Madam Chair, I believe that Colonel Dan Scott may be listed here as Lieutenant Bruce Scott over in the attendees. I can't tell, but we already heard. So could we bring in the other Bruce Scott?
He may have given him his email, I guess.
Thank you.
Yes. Wait a minute. I don't see it. Wait a minute. He's under attendees. Oh, so yes, Bruce Scott, number 2nd, whatever. There, that's not Bruce Scott, but okay. Could we have your name so we can change your name?
Sure. Sorry about that, Senator DeChambeau. I registered last Friday and this week, and I didn't get a link, so I reached out to Lieutenant Scott and asked him to send me his link. I know which we're not supposed to do, but otherwise I wouldn't be able to get in. So unfortunately, our last names are the same. So I am Colonel Dan Scott of the Maine Warden Service.
Okay, good. That's just a civil violation for you, sir, but that's okay.
I appreciate all of the Northwoods law plugs that you provided as well.
Okay, so is it Lieutenant you said?
Colonel, ma'am, thank you.
Oh, Colonel, good. All right. Well, Colonel Dan Scott, go right ahead. You have testimony to give us?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Senator DeShambo, Representative Warren, and members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. I'm Dan Scott, Colonel of the Maine Warden Service at IF&W, speaking on behalf of the department in support of the newly amended version of LD 1604. I do want to explain that our support for this bill is only in relation to the Title 12 portion, which impacts fish and wildlife. Our testimony does not extend to the Title 29A portion, and we would defer any questions or comments to other agencies who have jurisdiction, such as Maine State Police or the Secretaries of State's office. That's just not really part of our primary mission, as is Title 12. Over the years, there have been several endeavors to decriminalize various parts of Title 12. The most significant being in the late 1999 into early 2000, when many of the recreational vehicle statutes were decriminalized. I want to emphasize that our position has always been to oppose any language which would decriminalize resource-related violations, serious licensing violations, and any public safety issues such as reckless operation of recreational vehicles, violation of fish and game bag limits, season dates, etc. However, the Title 12 portion of LD 1604 as amended seeks to decriminalize numerous minor crimes and license violations throughout Title 12. We support the specific sections outlined in the amendment, as well as the additional language directing the chief judge to set the fine amounts. And if you would indulge me for a second, because I was listening, I can answer quickly for Representative Pickett's question around the habitual violator, because that is in the Title 12 portion. And a couple of clarifications I'll make is, one, sir, you were right on track for if we, let's say somebody pulled up to a field and killed a deer without a permit out the window of their vehicle. So, there would be multiple violations there. That is under Title 12 considered one situation as far as a habitual violator is concerned. If you look at the paragraph that you pointed out, that section that talks about committed at the same time, multiple convictions are deemed to be one offense, that's not underlined. So that's currently in statute. So Representative Warren's bill did not change that at all. That's how it is today and how it would be after if this was to pass. What this bill does do is currently that habitual violator has to be criminal offenses. And what this bill does do is it adds these civil violations to it. So it really liberalizes it a little bit as far as from the law enforcement aspect of how we can consider somebody a habitual violator. In the past, if you had civil violations, it didn't necessarily make you habitual, where now this will do that. And so I'm available to answer any questions as well from anybody else, either now or during the work session. Thank you.
Thank you, Colonel Scott. Are there any questions for Colonel Scott? Seeing none, thank you very much for being here, and I'm sorry we kept you all day long. Oh, Senator Searway has a question.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring it up, and I'm sure you got an answer for it. But it was just about the labor force, because a lot of times records are checked for any criminal activity, and it may be law enforcement, or it could be certain companies expect certain things, and if it becomes just civil instead of a criminal history, how can that affect the labor force? And has that been looked at from Department of Labor or anything? And I was just wondering if that has been done. And if not, if maybe that's something we should bring to the work session.
All I can speak to is how we conduct our hiring processes, so to speak. We would, whether your violations were civil or criminal, as Maine State Law Enforcement and being certified through the Maine Criminal Justice Academy, we do extensive background checks. So whether you have a bunch of civil motor vehicle infractions, that could be a disqualifier for you to be hired with the Maine Warden Service, or if they were in turn criminal violations. So the process that my bureau goes through, we would still detect those and see those. And we often have other law enforcement agencies which come to us specifically because we maintain our own Title 12 violation records and request from us someone's past history. As far as other agencies, it would or workforce industry, it would depend on how deep of a dive they did. If into somebody's background, whether they looked for motor vehicle infractions or other criminal violations.
So I guess if we can have the analyst have Department of Labor home in on this, if I could ask Jane to put that as something to look into, how it would affect from the Department of Labor on some certain jobs. It might be an important job where they have to do research on their criminal history, and if it goes down to civil, would it hide that, or would it show up? And I guess that's the question. I know it's a big change here, so we have to look at the other aspects besides just changing criminal to civil. Thank you.
Any other questions for Colonel Scott? Seeing none, thank you very much, Colonel.
Thank you.
I'll now call for anybody here to testify in opposition to this bill, LD 1604. So just one more call. If you are here in opposition to LD 1604, please raise your hand. I'll now call for neither for nor against LD 1604. And Eva, I see Andrea Mancuso and Julie Finn that are here neither for nor against. Welcome. Ms. Mancuso, would you like to go first?
Sure, and my apologies. I'm actually testifying in support of the bill, but must have missed the call. Is that okay?
Sorry about that. It's completely okay. Let's, Ms. Finn, are you okay with waiting a second and we'll get to you? Okay. Yes, go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Warren, distinguished members of the committee. My name is Andrea Mancuso. I'm the Public Policy Director for the Maine Coalition to End Domestic Violence, and I'm here to offer our support for LD 1604. While this bill taken at face value has nothing to do with domestic abuse and violence, and we take no position on whether it represents the definitive list of Class C crimes that might be more appropriate for treatment as civil violations, we support it in concept because the public policy it represents will allow Maine to better allocate our criminal legal system resources more appropriately. Reform of our criminal legal system is both important and nuanced, and making good and right changes like the ones proposed here often necessitate addressing unintended effects, one of which I'd like to circle back to put on your radar. Intervention by the criminal legal system is not a path that all survivors choose to seek, but for those who do, it should work better. Due almost entirely to resource constraints, our criminal legal system currently struggles to do a number of things that it really should do better. These include engage timely and effectively with victims, both in terms of the minimum statutory notification requirements and also more broadly ensuring victim rights to participate are meaningfully tended, to fully embrace evidence-based and victim-informed prosecution in domestic violence cases, to understand the importance of and to prioritize asking for restitution for victims to compensate for economic losses, and to implement a wide array of other kinds of things that we know to be best practices to addressing these cases, such as having our criminal legal system collaborate with our civil legal system to ensure that the breadth of victim needs are tended to. These gaps and challenges create too many instances where survivors conclude the criminal legal system is unable to effectively help support their safety, or worse, contributes to harms. From every corner of the state, we've heard for many years that means prosecutors have the highest per prosecutor caseload when compared nationally. Our dockets, both criminal and civil, are backlogged due to judicial resource constraints, and these are problems that were exacerbated by the pandemic, but that have existed far prior to March of 2020. Turning these 20 plus Class E crimes into civil violations is likely only a drop in the bucket of reforms that need to happen to truly right-size our legal system's response so that it can appropriately focus needed resources on crimes like domestic abuse and violence that do tend to present the greatest public safety concerns. However, this bill is a good step in the right direction. I did want to take a moment because we think Maine legislators should remain cognizant that a notable portion of the funding for the Victim Compensation Fund derives from assessments levied against criminal offenders as a result of convictions. And though the limited number of crimes proposed here may create a negligible impact on the deposits to the VCF in this circumstance, we think that you should really consider prioritizing attending to this problematic funding structure. Several other states have moved away from the practice of funding the VCF through assessments against criminal offenders, choosing instead to fund this important program through direct state investment of general funds. And we believe Maine should similarly explore alternative approaches to funding this way to remove any hesitance of crime victims and the service providers that work with them to fully support common sense criminal legal system reforms out of fear that these reforms may lead to the elimination of important pathways for crime victims to be made financially whole. So I thank you for giving me the opportunity to share some of these comments with you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions for Ms. Mancuso? And I see Senator Searway does.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome.
What do you think about, like habitual offenders like OAS and stuff like that, where they used to do, things with deadbeat dads. So how would that affect trying to get the funds on deadbeat dads when that's just an example, but I know there was lots of times when the fathers would try to avoid from paying child support, and this was one way to get them into the courts to get them to pay and that sort of thing. And this won't do it.
I think that what we know from survivors is when a father or mother, for that matter, is disinclined to pay child support, quite frequently they find a way not to pay it. And I suspect our Department of Health and Human Services Child Support Enforcement Division might be able to better comment on the use of that particular mechanism. I think there's been some work around license suspensions not being used frequently for child support enforcement purposes. From my perspective, I haven't historically seen that as a particularly effective tool for getting folks who are disinclined to pay to actually financially support their children.
Okay, thank you.
And I thank you, Ms. Mancuso. I want to hand back to Senator DeChambeau, but I do see that somebody changed. They wanted to make sure we knew that they are against. So again, Ms. Finn, we're going to have you wait one more second because we've now got somebody opposed to the bill. So Eva, could you bring in Beth Galley? She is opposed to the bill, and then we'll move on to neither for nor against. Thank you.
Ms. Galley, yes?
Yes.
As soon as you can, please proceed.
Thank you very much. I'm going to appreciate it. It's been a really long day and I've been here since 11 o'clock waiting, but I'm going to try to read my testimony and it won't probably be as exciting. But anyway, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, members of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. My name is Beth Galley and I'm president of Maine Animal Coalition. Maine Animal Coalition is a not-for-profit dedicated to the elimination of animal abuse and exploitation through education, advocacy, and example. I'm also an attorney, and I do understand the need to reform the criminal justice system and the overall thrust of LD 1604. However, as an animal advocate, I am particularly opposed to sections of the bill A10, which is bear baiting, and A11. That's on page 3 of the bill. I believe that the proposed small fines would encourage violations of bear baiting and bear hounding laws. LD 1604 section 10A10 proposes that a person who violates 12 MRSA 1113 301 placing the bear bait faces a civil fine of up to $125 instead of 12 MRSA 11301 states that a person may not use bait to hunt or trap black bear without the oral or written permission of the landowner. Section 11,301 also establishes timeframes for placing bear bait during the requirement to clean up a site after a hunting season has ended. Additionally, it prohibits placing bait on roads. My point is that these are very important provisions in the law about bear baiting, about where you put it, not putting it on someone else's property. You know, Maine's a huge state. You could just go for the landowner to find out, you know. And section A12 proposes that a person who violates 12 MRSA 11302 hunting bear with dog faces a civil fine up to $250 instead of conviction of a class. So the most important provision of that section is that a person may not, while either hunting alone or hunting with other persons, use more than 6 dogs at any one time to hunt bear. I do not need to tell you that bear baiting and hunting with hounds is controversial. It may not be controversial in northern. Many see bear baiting as violating fair chase, the cornerstone of ethical hunting. Additionally, the dumping of donuts, candy, grease, rotting garbage, etc., is not pleasant to encounter in the woods, and the consumption of such products harm wild animals in the same way that it harms humans. Importantly, the proposal encourages unethical hunters to place bait on the land of others. Conflicts between landowners who do not want hunting on their property and unethical hunters appears to be at an all-time high. Bear hounding is even more controversial than bear baiting. One can easily imagine a group of unethical hunters hunting with many more than 6 dogs, and if caught, splitting the fine between them. I think it is important that prosecutors keep their right to press charges in egregious cases. You know, prosecutors have this thing called prosecutorial discretion, and if it's not a big violation, they don't bring the charge. It has to be pretty egregious, and I think it's really important to have it. Another reason behind the bill is to, quote, increase the efficiency of the criminal justice system. Please keep in mind that the Department of Public Safety recently reported that crime in Maine has dropped 60% since 2012. Also, hunting is in decline in Maine as it is throughout the United States. I'm an attorney, and for another bill I did a study of Chief Justice Softly reports. She did reports every year annually, and she tallied how many cases the courts were handling. And I studied the difference between 2004 and 2018. It's called fiscal 2018. So it's really the last year before the pandemic. And I forget the exact figure, but cases were down about 30% in that time. And so this idea that the courts and court personnel had increased, not a great deal, but it had increased, and of course funding was increased. So this idea that people Yes.
Ms. Galley, we have a 3-minute clock. And
Okay.
could you start wrapping up,
Yes,
please?
thank you. But this idea that the courts are overwhelmed and it's just not true. Thank you.
Okay.
I feel for those two reasons. I think that is it's very controversial. Many of us feel very strongly about it, and the courts are not overwhelmed. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Galley? Seeing none, I thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else have their hand up? I don't see it. Okay. Colonel, you're all done, right? You're just listening in. That's fine. Okay. Oh, excuse me, Julie. You or Miss Finn, you wish to speak? Where are we up to, anyways, Miss Warren?
I'm neither for nor against.
Okay, go right ahead. Thank you.
And as neither for nor against, going last at the end of a very long day. This is a role I'm accustomed to in other committees, so I'll try not to keep you too long.
Okay.
Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. My name is Julie Finn, and I represent the Maine Judicial Branch. I would like to provide testimony today, neither for nor against this bill. My testimony considers the draft that was circulated last week, which is my understanding is the most updated draft and not the original bill. The Judicial Branch fully supports the goal of this bill, which is to decriminalize minor offenses within both the Title 12 Fish and Wildlife offenses and the Title 29A motor vehicle offenses. The Judicial Branch also supports authorizing the Chief Judge of the District Court to set fines as set forth in the legislation. However, there are a few issues with the language of the bill that we would like to bring to your attention. In Part A of the bill pertaining to the Title 12 violations, there are several instances where the following sentence appears. A person who violates this paragraph commits a civil violation for which a fine may be imposed as provided in a schedule adopted by the Chief Judge. The second part of that sentence, the part that says for which a fine may be imposed as provided in a schedule adopted by the Chief Judge, is probably not necessary, as the Chief Judge already has that authority to set fines in Title 4 MRS Section 164. Similarly, in Part B of the bill pertaining to the Title 29A offenses, there are several instances where this sentence appears, where it says a person commits a Class E crime, and Class E crime is stricken, and is replaced with traffic infraction for which a fine may be imposed as provided in a schedule adopted by the Chief Judge. Again, the words that come under traffic infraction, it might be clearer actually if those words were stricken. And there's also a substantive reason for this. In both of those instances, the additional language might be misinterpreted to mean that even contested infractions must be assessed fines as set forth in the schedule of amounts due. And that is, I don't think, what is the intent. Continuing on in Part B8 of the bill, which involves Title 29A, Section 2412A, which is the operating while license is suspended or revoked section. The amendment provides that a waiver fine may be imposed in cases arising under Section 2412A, 1A, B, C, and D, which includes suspensions for OUI and prior convictions. The OUI offenses are subject to mandatory fines and imprisonment under subsection 3 of that section. And it appears that those two subsections are inconsistent. Then continuing on to Part D of the bill involving the Violations Bureau, and that's D1. It's amended to include criminal offenses, yet the Violations Bureau can only handle civil infractions. And in fact, criminal offenses require various constitutional protections, as you know, that can only occur in the Unified Criminal Court. And then in Part D of the D2 of the bill, amending Section 4 MRS, Title 4, excuse me, MRS Section 164, Sub 15. It is amended to allow clerks of court to accept pleas for criminal offenses. Currently, they accept only pleas and advise persons of their rights for uncontested traffic infractions. Adding criminal offenses to the statute may also infringe upon the constitutional due process rights of defendants. Finally, we have noted that the amendment has extended the effective date to 1/1/23. If this bill were to pass, we would need that time in order to program our system and change the offenses and implement the revisions. So thank you very much for that, that amendment. And we will begin work on a fiscal analysis to assess the costs of the reprogramming effort. So thank you very much for your consideration. I think that's kind of a lot to take in. We're happy to work with the committee on any of these issues.
I know what Representative Warren's going to say. That's perfect, Dawn. I'm sure she'll work with you. But Representative Warren, do you have comment to make to that?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think they're all just drafting issues. And so since Jane has been working with the drafting, if Jane is so willing, she has drafted, I don't know what version this is, but if she's so willing, we're happy to make those drafting changes. That's very easy. Thank you.
Ms. Overton, do you have comments or questions to ask? Are you all set?
I'm all set. I've been working with Andy for 8 years now, so
okay,
we'll get there.
Oh, sounds good. I sure as heck not going to write this bill. Thank you. I am going to recognize Senator Seaway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for waiting so long, Julie. Thank you.
Okay.
I was just wondering. I'm not a big fan of making an OUI civil, and I think I have a question about how that works if a person's going to be charged civilly on an OUI.
Well, I think the comment that I made, Senator, I mean, there may be an issue with that. I mean, subsection 3 of section 2412 has mandatory fines and in some cases mandatory prison sentences.
Right.
So that's, I think, exactly the issue we were trying to kind of point out.
Thank you. And I don't know if you're the person to talk to, because we haven't heard from insurance companies on how all this will affect automotive insurance is on going from criminal to civil violations and that sort of thing. So I don't know if we have to have somebody from insurance to look into this too. I don't know if you know any answers to that.
I can assure you I do not.
So if Jane, if we could get insurance company or insurance agents, I guess an association to let us know how this would affect the civil, from criminal to civil on these violations for motor vehicle, and what their outlook would be on raising people's insurances or how that works.
Senator Searway?
Yeah.
So you've asked for the Department of Labor to review the bill.
Yeah.
Are you now asking for the Bureau of Insurance to renew the bill?
Yes. Yeah.
You're putting a lot on the analyst.
Well, I don't know if you can just request them to take a look at it. I think where this is changing a lot.
How about if you reached out to the Bureau of Insurance and you reached out to the Department of Labor?
Yep. I mean, if that's what it takes, I'm just saying that we need to look at the whole picture. We can't just take one side of it and not look at the whole picture, I guess. I didn't know if anybody's done that homework.
I think it's information, but I would support. Jane has worked on this for a long time, and worked with the legal side and the judge side. So if, maybe between you and your aide, reach out. I feel right now we've got an onion and we keep peeling the layers. So at some point, so are you willing to do that? Maybe your aide can help you and bring
Yep.
that information to,
Yep.
yes, thank you.
Madam
I'm
Chair,
sorry,
I think-
Representative Warren, I'm sorry, I just wanted to apologize if I jumped in on that, so go right ahead.
No, I think it's fine. If the committee needs more information, always we should ask Jane to help us with that. But if we personally are looking for other agencies to sort of weigh in against the bill, I don't know if we really need to have the analyst do that. Maybe we could do that on our own. And I do it sometimes too. I try to get folks to come and give information, but I don't put it on the analyst. But anyway, we don't need to make a big thing out of it. I think DA Robinson had his hand up. He wanted to answer the question that Senator Searway asked of Julie Finn, who was really just testifying about technical. If you want him to answer the question. Or we could just be done on a Friday.
Where
Yeah, he
is
can answer
he?
it at the work session.
Yeah, I
That
think
would be
so.
great. I thought this would be an hour, but
Okay, yeah, I'm all set. Yes, why don't we do that? Could you, I think we're winding down, and Ms. Finn, you did an excellent job. It's a lot of things to think about, but we'll be very prepared because we've really spent a couple of hours on this one. So let me see. Could you just answer for me, Ms. Overton? Do we have a date certain for the work session?
Yes, next Friday.
Next Friday?
Next Friday, 1 o'clock.
Okay. That's
And
still
I'm
okay
sure
with
we'll start
everyone?
on time.
Yeah, I know it's a real quick turnaround, and that's what happens when there are carryovers and what have you.
it's perfect for us. We had
Yeah.
all testimony
Yeah,
in
you've got all the
support.
work. Yeah, you do. Okay.
We had one person against it. We're good.
Yeah,
We should be
okay.
ready.
I'm being so kind to people and I'm told I'm being too kind. Okay, so very good. I think if we don't have any other hand raised or comments made, I think this closes the public hearing.
We haven't left yet.
Excuse me?
We haven't left yet.
No, 16:04. So unless there is any other questions, it's time to head home. How about that? So we'll see you Monday, and it's not going to get easier, guys. Okay? See you then. Bye-bye.
Yeah, Monday.
Have a great